We gather here, pilots, enthusiasts, creators, and dreamers, drawn together from every corner of the globe, united by a shared passion for aviation, brought to our fingertips through the incredible power of flight simulation. Each journey in the virtual cockpit tells a different story. The pursuit of knowledge, a step towards a career, mastering a complex skill, or embracing that feeling of freedom.
No, it's gonna happen.
At FlightSimExpo, all of these stories come together. Here we will explore the many facets of simulation, from personal journeys of discovery to the latest innovations in hardware and software. It's a gathering born from a relentless passion where the flight sim community unites, where lines of code translate to a world of limitless possibilities. This is the virtual sky. This is our canvas. Many of these stories come from virtual groups like Aero Vector Jet Team. We are aviation enthusiasts ourselves, some of us training to be real-world pilots, working on advanced ratings, or maintaining aircraft. Our passion for simulation is only part of the larger story we are here to celebrate today. All over the world, aspiring aviators are turning to simulation to begin their own stories, starting with a look into general aviation, the heart of flying.
Hi there, this is Factual Golf. I'm looking forward to this year's Expo to see all my flight sim friends and make some new ones.
What's up, everyone? Nick here from Hangar Studios 713. Looking forward to connecting with fellow simmers and sharing what's new in the hangar.
We've seen how general aviation ignites the spark for many. Now, we turn to the world of commercial flight, full of careers built on complex systems, seamless teamwork, and constant communication. Welcome to the best office in the world.
Nick FlightX is flying across the country from the San Francisco Bay Area to FlightSimExpo. I'm looking forward to connecting with developers, trying out the best hardware, and exploring a brand new city.
Forget the world of schedules and routes. This is the realm of military aviation, where nations project power and legends are forged in the crucible of aerial combat. Where the sky is a canvas for both mastery and artistry, we find aerobatics and formation flying. Daring pilots push their skills to the limit, performing breathtaking maneuvers with grace and razor-sharp accuracy. It's a disciplined display of teamwork, precision, and unwavering trust. Prepare to witness poetry in flight, written through smoke and speed. Here, innovation sparks imagination, friendships take flight, and every journey finds its wings. Your adventure starts now. Welcome to FlightSimExpo.
I came to FSS Expo today because
we came to FlightSimExpo 2024
to network with other developers and communities,
engage with the flight simmers,
connect with people.
This is the biggest expo in the world.
To meet flight sim enthusiasts.
Biggest conglomeration of our hobby.
And this great adrenaline rush that we provide.
And to promote the hobby of flight simulation.
And we're so excited to come here.
My favorite part of FlightSimExpo.
meet new people, explore new stuff.
It's also great to be able to give feedback to the developers about their upcoming products.
Have a look at the hardware.
The wonderful people.
Getting to connect with people.
Connecting people.
It gets together our entire hobby. I'd like to see next year's Flight Expo come to LA, come home with me.
I think California would be a great next location. San Diego, somewhere on the coast.
Maybe Chicago.
Bahamas.
Texas. Why not? Florida.
Somewhere in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, Florida is closer to home.
California. Yeah.
Welcome to the FlightSimExpo 2025.
Welcome to FlightSimExpo 2025.
Welcome to the FS Expo 2025.
Welcome to FlightSimExpo 2025.
Welcome to Flight Expo 2025.
Welcome to Flight Expo 2025.
Welcome to FS Expo 2025.
Welcome to FS Expo 2025 in San Diego, California.
Live here in Austin.
In Los Angeles.
In Chicago, Illinois.
In Miami, Florida.
Right here in the Bahamas. How good is that?
Spokane, Washington.
Live from Washington, D.C.
So I'm at this wedding in California. It's January, it's beautiful weather, great scenery. It was a really fun wedding. It's actually one of the volunteers who's here with us this weekend. And so I don't know anyone at this wedding, obviously, but that's cool. So they put me at like the flight simmers table. Great, I can make some friends, I can make conversation, no problem. So I walk up to the table, a couple guys sitting there, and I'm like, hey, I'm Evan. And the one guy, still sitting down, goes, I know who you are, and I've got a bone to pick with you. I'm like, where's that lady with the champagne again? And he looks up at me and he goes, why did you put the show in Providence? Welcome to FlightSimExpo 2025, everybody. My name is Evan. I'm one of the co-founders of Flight Simulation Association. Thank you. I haven't even done anything yet. And we are the folks who put on this show. We are so glad to have you here, whether you got here by plane, by train, or by automobile. We hope you appreciate some of the value of bringing the show to this region. Amongst other things, our first show here in the northeastern part of the United States, easily accessible by plane or by train or drivable for about a third of the US population. And on top of a whole bunch of other benefits, they told me recently that the city of Providence actually has the biggest number of restaurants per square mile of anywhere in the country. To which I was like, yeah, but it's Rhode Island. You don't have a lot of square miles. But, you know, whatever. I don't think I was supposed to say that part. The other really fun part about our 6th annual show here is that we are in a convention center. So that's different than what you've seen in the past. And instead of all being in one physical room, in one physical venue, you had the option to kind of choose your own adventure. So you had a variety of different hotel price points and options. You can walk around a little bit more than what we had last year in the Vegas heat. That kind of thing is what we're going for 2025. And so if you were at our show last year, you're going to see in our post-event survey a question about which of those two styles you like better. So over the next couple of days, as you get to experience the show, think about this year's model versus last year and tell us what you like better, because we'd love to know. I'm going to talk for a moment to the live stream. So this is what you do in 2025. You pause, they think the stream is frozen, then they pay attention. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for watching us. If you're watching with us on our YouTube channel, through FlightSimExpo online, with Moose, with FS Elite, with FlightSim.to, any of our other media partners, or you may also be watching with Squirrel, who, by the way, is like watching and commenting along at home. So if you want to hang out with somebody and watch along with that commentary, just search the Squirrel channel over on YouTube. Everything that's happening here on FS Expo Friday is available for you for free. Starting tomorrow and for Sunday, we invite you to purchase access to FlightSimExpo online. It is $15, gets you access to all of our stage content tomorrow and Sunday, as well as a walk through the exhibit hall. That is available at FlightSimExpo.com/watch. $15 purchase, free for FSA captains, and welcome back room. For all of you in the room, you also get access to that online event. So everything that happens today, all of our stage content tomorrow and Sunday, all available to you live or on demand, because I know you can't be in multiple places at once, so that's included with your in-person tickets and something that you're definitely able to watch back. Talk about a couple of quick logistics points. Restrooms, the best choices are immediately outside, just in that direction, or if you go out and sort of that way along the hallways, there are some additional restrooms. We've actually converted some restrooms on this side to male, so if you go out and go that way, you'll find plenty of different options there for you. Water stations are located throughout the room, couple water bubblers around the corners. Please bring your own reusable water bottle. You will also have access to those all weekend. You can go to the X-Plane booth. You can buy a commemorative water bottle there, but you also have the ability to fill up your own bottles throughout the weekend, courtesy of X-Plane. And our emergency exits, if you head out the doors on the corners, so those doors or those doors go straight across the hall. There are another set of doors down some stairs if you're able, and that's the best emergency exit from this area. So we are on the FS Expo Friday stage, the biggest stage in flight sim. We've got a series of new announcements coming up from some developers here in person, as well as some video trailers and a few surprises along the way. A couple quick breaks in there for you, but it is go, go, go for sure. Immediately following that is our welcome reception happening right outside on that 5th floor terrace. Free drinks sponsored by FeelThere. And then for my FSA captains, who is purchased a ticket to the banquet? I can't really see you, but hands up. Very nice. So the banquet is sold out. Thank you for those hands. Thank you for selling out that banquet. That happens at 7. You could try for any walk-in tickets, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be sold out. So thank you all for the support for that. Again, banquet 7 o'clock in our junior ballroom. So you're going to go out these doors, hang a right, and you'll find the sign for the banquet. So that's today. Going to be a full day. Starting on Saturday and Sunday, everything happens on the 3rd floor. So on the floor where you got your badges, nothing's happening up here. All of our exhibits, our seminars, our workshops, all happen in the 3rd floor in one big room. Also curious to see what you think about that. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday. It is a really cool looking room. I'm going to ask you to give our exhibitors the time and the space they need to get set up. They're doing a lot of work for you tomorrow, so don't spoil the surprise. Stay out of the exhibit hall and watch it tomorrow morning or see it tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If you want to go ahead and scan that QR code up on the screen behind me or visit FlightSimExpo.com/app on your mobile phone, that is our mobile app where you can access everything you need to know about the show. Schedule, floor plan, add-ons information, what you're registered for. It's all available to you right in the palm of your hand. FlightSimExpo.com/app. Best way to check the schedule while you're here on site. And something I never do during the show is eat lunch, and I have no excuse because there is a concession stand tomorrow and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. in the exhibit hall. You can check out the menu there at FlightSimExpo.com/menu. Really affordably choiced and priced items for anyone who's looking for lunch. Just know it does close at 1:30. So breakfast and lunch right up until 1:30 tomorrow. Other important points, coffee. Who are my coffee drinkers out there? So Brian from SayIntentions, a good partner of ours this year, was asking, hey, like, what can we do for the show? And I'm like, listen, you make air traffic control software, controllers, pilots, we all love coffee. Why don't you buy the attendees a cup of coffee? And that's what he's done. So tomorrow and Sunday, 8:30 till 10 a.m., enjoy a free cup of coffee, tea, as you walk into the exhibit hall. You will have seen those tables downstairs as you walked up, so that's where to go. Talk about a few of our other really big partners. Navigraph, Orbix, and PMDG are 3 Diamond Plus sponsors, the folks who really do carry the 3 biggest costs of this show. I'm going to start with Navigraph, the folks who brought these amazing lanyards for us this year. One of the changes we made in response to your feedback is that all of the attendees and our sponsors, our media partners, we've all got blue lanyards, just like me. but our exhibitor delegates have white lanyards. So the idea is you're looking at a big crowd of people in the exhibit hall. The white lanyards are the people who are actually the exhibitors at the booth. So that was a change this year that we made in response to your feedback. Up next, Orbix, the folks who bought us these awesome badges. These badges are designed with your airport code right on them, so it's an easy way for you to go and make conversation. You know, hey, you're from there, well, I'm from there too, or I used to fly out of that airport, or I used to live there. Really easy way to start making conversation with other attendees, and we thank Orbix for helping to cover that cost. And finally, PMDG, sponsors of our event program guide. So tomorrow, if you're not a big app fan, you'll have access to the printed program guide. It's got our schedule, our floor plan, all the event details, all for you in a printed format. You'll be able to pick that up from registration starting tomorrow morning. And they're joined by our other group of diamond sponsors, the folks who really make this event possible. When we first started FlightSimExpo back in 2018, we used to have to run the show and then do the numbers and then start looking at the next year. Now, because of their support and because of all of you coming out to these shows, we're in a place where we can actually do that in advance. And so we will know where and when the next year's show is, so we can announce it here at FlightSimExpo. So with that in mind, I'm going to share that the dates and location for FlightSimExpo 2026 are being announced on Sunday. Somebody said it out there too. That was good. Whoever called that one. Yeah, I don't know why you like me. I do this all the time. Yes, so it's Sunday at 2:30 Eastern. It'll be downstairs on the community stage. If you're not here in person, you'll be able to watch it through the online event or free on YouTube as well. I'll talk more about why we go where we go, how we decided where next year's show is going to be, share with you the results of our survey, and we'll announce the details. That being said, there is an Easter egg or two hidden around the show for anybody who's paying close attention. Speaking of people who make the show possible, let's talk about our amazing FlightSimExpo ground crew. These are the folks wearing these red t-shirts like you see me in up on the stage here. These are attendees of the show. They have paid to be here, and in addition to that, they're volunteering their time, helping out at registration, helping make today possible, and doing all of the things that I don't want to do. So on behalf of them and the amazing work that they do, I just wanted to just shout them out, but also remind you, they're going to be out there in the exhibit hall, trying the simulators, enjoying the show. This is their show, just like it's your show. So do expect to see them out there. I always get mad when they spend too much time helping and not enough time simming. And alongside our ground crew, of course, want to thank all of our sponsors, our exhibitors, our media partners, our speakers, and all of you for making the show possible. So let's give ourselves and everybody a big round of applause for making the show happen. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. This is FlightSimExpo 2025, and we are kicking things off with the biggest stage in flight sim, our series of new product announcements from developers near and far. That'll be getting started here in just a couple moments with one of our diamond sponsors that I want to spend a couple minutes talking about. Parallel 42 has done 3 really cool things for the show this year. The first thing is they paid us a lot of money. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, that's a really good thing. The second thing is they brought us an airplane. Now, you following this show, you've been talking to me, you know that I really want to see more real-world aviation at this event. I want to see aircraft manufacturers, airlines, flight schools. I want to see that stuff happening at FlightSimExpo, and it's been something we've always struggled with, getting real-world aviation to see the value, the training benefit, all that can be done with what we do here in FlightSim. For the first time this year, we have Patriot aircraft, the actual aircraft makers, here at the show, courtesy of Parallel 42. They built their airplane, they put the wings on it, literally in the exhibit hall, and you'll be able to see that alongside the digital twin of the aircraft in the Parallel 42 booth. So that's something that we've never had before, and that's a definite win for the show. We super appreciate them for that. And Ed, if you want to join me on stage, excuse me, the other big thing they've done for us is they are kicking off FS Expo Friday. This is Ed Correa from Parallel 42 joining me up on the stage now. Don't applaud him. He hasn't even done anything yet. They're too nice, man. Yeah, they really are. Anyway, they are kicking off FS Expo Friday. When I was talking to Edson about like what could we do, what were they going to do at the show, they really wanted to be first. And I said, listen, Edson, if you're going to be first on FS Expo Friday, you need to have a pretty darn good presentation. And he said, yeah, we're going to have a good presentation. So I hope I've set the bar high enough for you.
I was going to say, he's set me up a bit, I think.
Yeah,
we'll
exactly.
see how we
I can't think of a better way to do it. So I'm going to hand you the physical clicker, the virtual baton, big green button there in the middle to advance. You'll see your program over there. You'll see your notes over there.
Okay.
Kick off the show. I'll be with you all on Discord, listening to your comments and reading along as we go. I will see you all weekend. I cannot wait for tomorrow morning. But for now, let's kick off FS Expo Friday. Over to you, Ed.
Thank you. G'day all. Thanks, Evan. And yeah, Edson's really set me up to as the first one up, so let's see how we go. Ed Correa, Head of Operations at Parallel 42, and good afternoon all. It's great to be here. We always love coming to the FS Expo, and Evan and Phil and the team, they do a fantastic job, and we're great, and we're quite proud to be here supporting the event. I'm just going to run through a few product updates for you, some of our current lineup, and a special announcement that Edson will be making later on as well. First up, Chaseplane. This is our most recent release, and it's a replacement for the camera system in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Think of it as a jailbreak of the camera and release back in March. We initially released this to our Club 42 members. I'll have more on Club 42 later on, but essentially we put it out there as a stress test before we went into our general release. Chaseplane's not new to Flight Sim. In fact, it's actually celebrating its 8th birthday this year. Most of it's been spent in the FSX and Prepare days. So what is Chaseplane? I'm probably going to do a quick survey here because it's actually a Microsoft Flight Simulator product. So I get a show of hands. Who's actually on Microsoft Flight Simulator? All right, quite a fair few of you. How many of you, keep them up, who's heard of Chaseplane? Who here is using Chaseplane? All right, we've got a bit of work to do, and thank you for those who are supporting us. So, 20, yeah, we're getting there, don't worry. We're getting there, don't worry. So what's the big deal? I'm not going to go through all the features of Chaseplane. You can see that on the website. But I'll just talk about some of the key features that it has over the default camera system. First up is cinematics. This mode allows you to observe your aircraft in flight. Think of it as an airline commercial. Only one button, and all the shots are automated. No configuration, and it works for all aircraft. Next up is unlimited views. As we know with Microsoft Flight Simulator, we are limited to 10 views inside of the aircraft. And you don't have the ability to set up views outside or anywhere in the world. With Chaseplane, we fixed that. Unlimited views inside and outside of the cockpit, and as well as positioning them anywhere outside of the aircraft and anywhere in the world. Physics-based cameras. This adds the human touch to what you see. A lot of information can be communicated from the motion of the camera, and the default system does not quite do this. With Chaseplane, you can configure multiple types of cameras that convey a different feel. And lastly, we've got flyby. Probably the one most requested feature when Microsoft released. And this is all part of Chaseplane as well. Accessible with a single key, and also built-in tower view. Give you a different perspective of the flyby. So that's where we are today with Chaseplane. I'd like to introduce onto stage Technical Director and Co-founder of Parallel 42, Kevin Menard, to give us an update as to what's going on.
Thank you, Ed. All right. Well, I'm here today to talk to you about the next update that we have for Chaseplane, the FS Expo update. So all of what Ed showed you, you can have today, but since the release of Chaseplane in 2020, around 3.5 months ago, we learned a lot from the users. The feedback has been great. So this update brings the most requested features to Chaseplane. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of those today. So the first one is a major refactoring. I thought this, the video is frozen, but the airframe here is what I think is the best description of how it works under the hood. So what I've done since the release of Chaseplane was to recode a lot of the code behind the cockpit camera. There was a lot of things that weren't quite right, and the users were reporting issues, and we worked through that and made a major refactoring. It also allowed us to gain some performance in many areas. Second thing is Tobii Eye Tracker. It's one of the top items that people have been requesting for Chaseplane to support Tobii Eye Tracker. So we added support for that. We have the Tobii guys as well. I don't know if they're in the room, but I know they're downstairs. And yeah, so official Tobii support. It's officially supported and licensed by Tobii, and that's going to be coming into the Chaseplane update as well. Next is named shortcuts. So the thing with views, and when you create views, is that you end up with different views for different planes, right? You have pilot, you have co-pilot, but sometimes you might have MCDU, you might have FMC. And assigning control assignments to those can be quite complicated, right, or cumbersome. Because when you hop into a new plane, you might have to assign those manually one by one. In this update, we bring back something that you guys had in the P3D days, which is named shortcuts. So you can tell the system, basically, anything that has the word pilot in it, just do number pad 1, and it's going to cycle through them, right? Same for number pad 2 or whatever you decide to assign. So it assigns them by name instead of just one by one. And if you're a wizard, you can also do some regular expression, which is incredibly powerful, right? How many people know how to use regex here? All right, it's for you guys. It's for you guys. The next thing is custom cinematics. One of the things that we heard a lot is people want to add their own views to the cinematic sequence, which was not possible up until now in the current version of Chaseplane. Not only can you select views to be included in the cycle, you can also, the cinematic engine will also generate some motion in the internal views like this one. Next thing is quick actions. So one of the tickets that we get very often is how can I delete view in bulk, right? Because the process right now is you go into the view, you scroll to the bottom, you press the delete button. One thing that people don't know, and maybe we should make a bit more obvious, is if you hold some of the control keys on the keyboard, you have access to this entire list of commands. So you can easily save a view, duplicate a view, delete a view, share a view. And the new one that we've added is use in cinematic. So from the views list directly, you can just hit the Control-Shift key and just click the ones that you want to add to cinematics. So for everyone who wondered how to delete a bunch of views in a row, just do Control and Alt, and that's the easy way to do it. Next thing is better imports. So in the current system, you had to import internal and external views separately. In this new update, you have a tab at the top, but if you press on Import All, it asks you, do you want to replace the existing views or do you want to add to them, right? So when you're setting up a new plane, it makes things a lot faster and a lot simpler to understand. Next thing is spot view adjustment. So the default sim has the airplane kind of in the lower third at the bottom. Chaseplane has it centered, similar to what we had in the FSX and P3D days. In this update, you'll be able to replicate this kind of lower third or bottom of the screen type of centering, right? So that's something we had requests for. That's something that's in this new update for Chaseplane. So that's the FSX update. This is how many features? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a dozen that we just don't have enough time to talk about today, but were frequently requested online. Starting with this update, we'll be doing 2 channels. There's going to be the stable channel and the experimental channel. We heard that a lot of people want their sim to be stable, and it's totally understandable, right? Especially with a camera system, you want your cameras to be flawless. So we'll have a stable channel for those folks, but there's also a bunch of folks that want to experiment with the latest features and have feature requests that we put in kind of last minute, and then we send them a build. And so experimental is going to be for that purpose. Next week. This is coming next week. We need a little bit of time to go back home and actually press the buttons. We don't want to be here and people having issues and we're not home to fix them. So next week. The next thing is an obvious one. Ed kind of alluded to it. You heard some comments earlier. 2024 when? Well, it would have been included in the, We have an internal build working on our computers at home. It needs some finessing. Okay, so the camera motion works great, but there are some things that we absolutely need to fix before we put it out there in you guys' hand. But there's no blockers. It's just a matter of time. As soon as it's ready, we'll kick it out on the experimental channel, and you guys will have access to it. Nice. So this is all we have for Chase Plane right now. I'll send it back to Ed for the continuation.
So exciting stuff there with the 2024 update for Chase Plane. Thanks, Kevin. As he said, he's going to go back home and we'll lock him up in his basement studio so he can continue working on that. And while he's finishing up the Chase Plane for 2024, we'll have a quick update on Flow. So a highly intuitive and easy to navigate interaction wheel for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And like Chase Plane, we've got a working build in 2024. But we still need to do a bit of that finessing and get it ready for release. And once it's there, it'll be there for you. Just quickly touching on our scenes. So our destinations for bush pilots. Apologies. There we go. The last 7 months, we've been spending a bit of time in bringing in our scenes from 2020 to 2024. First couple of releases was Circle B and Widow's Peak. In the coming weeks, we'll have Bush Plane Campout and Mexican Mountain. These are complete reworks of the 2020 counterparts and adding a whole lot of interactive elements that the new sim has brought in. And following that, we'll also have Hogsback Ranch coming out. So that's it with the scenes. Next, we're going to bring it up, Club 42. I mentioned it before with Chase Plane as a initial release to those members. Club 42 is quite simply a loyalty program, a transparent loyalty program that doesn't sit behind an obscure point system. The barrier to entry is simply just buying from our website. By buying direct, you support us as the developers. Once you've spent $42 US on software purchases, you automatically become a member. And as a member, a couple of benefits is getting that first access to the new releases, as well as an automatic discount on all purchases, including new releases. It was 5%, but as of today, we're 10%. Move on to aircraft. So last August, we announced a partnership with Patriot Aircraft. And to talk more about it, I'd like to introduce Edson Soriano, Managing Director and co-founder of Parallel 42, to the stage.
Mic check, mic check. Okay, we're good. Hey, buddy, hold this for me. Oh my God, he has a name. Of course, it's Groundfield. All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome. Wakey, wakey. Let's do this. We're going into aircraft. About 10 months ago, we announced our partnership with Patriot Aircraft to bring to you the Super Patriot Mark II into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. We've been silent. It's just our style. I'm not keen on sharing updates saying, look, we rendered this screw or we rendered the left wheel. So we just kind of work in silence and we grind. I'm really happy to say that we are nearing a point where we are reaching the final stages of 3D design. So we'll be reviewing the 3D with the aircraft manufacturer. And the cool thing is, we're actually doing that here live on site. As you were told earlier, the actual aircraft is inside the convention center on the show floor at booth 412. And along with the aircraft, we've got a station set up where we have the actual Super Patriot Mark II by Parallel 42 in the sim for you to walk around and explore. So you'll be right under the wing of the real aircraft and able to navigate around the virtual one. And we invite you to come by and do that. You'll be in avatar mode, you can walk around, explore. We've got different variations of the aircraft and different liveries in a bit of a virtual showroom. If you do find something, now is the time to tell us this looks different or this doesn't match. Like I said, we're kind of at that final review stage. Alongside the aircraft, we do have our friends from Patriot here with us. So you'll be able to ask any technical questions about the aircraft itself. Maybe you are an aspiring real-world aviator that is looking to get into backcountry flying, or maybe you're a current aviator and looking to get into something fresh and new. I would like to introduce onto the stage with us today Mr. Don Wade, President of Patriot Aircraft. Now, Don's going to tell you guys a bit about what makes the, whoa.
They cut you off, bro. They got me on now. They don't want him talking at all. All right, first of all, if you can't really tell, I'm from LA. Anybody think, you realize that? It's called Lower Alabama, okay? LA. Anyway, we're so proud to be here. You know, when Edson approached us about 3D modeling and putting it into the flight sim program, you know, I'm not a flight sim guy. I'm just no redneck boy from Alabama. I'm a guy that builds airplanes, and I like to refer to myself and my brother, well, we're anal assholes, okay? Anal assholes. And I have met my match with this team. And the reason for it, because when you come down and see the airplane, you know, like yesterday, they hadn't let me see the program. You know, I've seen little snippets of it, but I almost cried. Edson, I mean, the team, Kevin, Ed, you got to come check it out over there at 412. But the whole thing, you know, I'm looking at the screw. Yes.
See the line there?
What's I got to do?
Well, you got to be in the spotlight.
What?
There you go.
Now look.
I'm only going to see you now.
All right, well, I want to ask you a question. You see this shiny head right here? I'm blinding you, right? So maybe I should back up. No, this. Thank you, Edson. But anyway, the details of the little screws, the placement of everything has just absolutely been incredible. You know, again, like you said, there's some details that probably need to be refined, but you have to look hard to find them. And it's just truly impressive what your team has done. I'm proud to be a fellow anal asshole, okay? So, but anyway, again, come by, see it, check it out. Be glad to answer any questions you got. But the main thing is I got this shirt, and it's got kitty cats on it. Got bought from the mall over here. And I was told that I need to try to put in 5 meows. So y'all want to go meow with me? Meow. Come on. Meow. Right? Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. So I did 6.
You're cut, man. Look at the time.
I love it, man. I got to go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you coming by and seeing this. Come by and see us.
No, take it.
I had fun with that.
That was so close, bro. Great stuff.
Come on. You need mine? They still got me mic'd up back here.
Mic check.
Meow. Meow.
All right, here we go. Freedom Fox and Fox 2. Let's talk about this update. In 2020, we released our first aircraft, and we did it in collaboration with Trent Palmer. We're really excited about how that release has gone. It rose very quickly to become a top-rated aircraft, where it has stayed since its release, and we have you all to thank for it. You trusted us on our first, and we're excited to be bringing you our second aircraft, even though we squeezed a vehicle in there with the Juice Goose. But I'm excited to say that there are some changes to our status update for 24 for this product line. We originally announced that the Freedom Fox and Fox 2 would be 2024 compatible, which would essentially allow you to use the aircraft in the same way that you expected it to work in 2020. Small change. As of today, we're actually changing that status to the Freedom Fox and Fox 2 package will go 2024 native-ish. There's a small ish there. It is not a complete rebuild, but it is a significant update. We'll be adding EFB tablet support. We'll be adding the new avionics G3X V2. We'll be adding some career mode support to it and some really cool walk-around support as well. So we're excited to change the status on that product. If you purchase the complete package, you know that that comes with some sceneries as well. Those sceneries are going to go full native. So those sceneries are being rebuilt. We've got 2 out of 4 done, and the aircraft is currently being worked on. So this update will be free. If you own the package, you will get the 2024 native-ish update for free. So. Oh no. There's one more thing. We've been quiet, but we've been working. Like I said, this is just the way we operate. We've partnered with someone familiar to bring you something new. And that's been under wraps until today, until this moment.
There's their sound? Wait. No. We need sound. Still no sound.
Meow.
All right, we're working on the sound. We'll have it in a second. So just everyone, meow, right? Meow.
Now here we go.
Sounds good. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
We good? We can do? Nope.
I lied.
Meow. Now here we go.
Yeah. We're going to delay everyone after this. You do me a thumbs up when I can press the button. Yeah, right? That's it.
This is not the stable branch.
We tested for this, but we didn't test for the sound. Kind of the important part.
Meow, 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 meow.
Well, Don, you can come up. I mean, we can.
What's up?
You know, it's an important moment.
Can I come up?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, man.
Is that working?
Is that your sound?
Wait. No. They need to be synchronized. They're not synchronized. No. The one more thing is there. I think we got something right here. You guys are ready? Wait, no. Hold on. Do that again. Go back. Okay, we'll let the eyes wiggle a little bit because that's going to break things otherwise. Hold on. Do that again. Go back. Okay, we'll let the eyes wiggle a little bit. It's going to break things otherwise. Hold on. I walked up, that's why I did it.
That was like a roller coaster.
What is up, guys? I am so sad I couldn't make it to the FS Expo, but we got big news. I got the Parallel 42 guys out here, and we are going to be bringing my plane to the sim that is happening soon.
You got your mic, Ed?
I think so. Have I?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. Obviously, Trent Palmer doesn't know what soon means in the flight sim world. So we're going to wrap up pretty quickly. We'll be on the floor. We'll be walking the floor. Come in, say hi, introduce yourself. Don't be shy. And thanks very much, and have a good weekend, all.
All right, guys, let's hear it for Parallel 42. All right, guys, welcome to FlightSimExpo. My name is Mustafa. If you don't know me, I stream on Twitch. My real name is Mike, or you can call me Moose. But I'm going to be kind of hosting the rest of the afternoon here for you guys as we do these Friday announcements. The biggest stage in Flight Sim, and I was promised that it's not called the biggest stage in Flight Sim because I'm big. So I do have slant H by my name to signify I'm a slant heavy. That's fine, it's fine. So welcome everybody. First of all, anyone here is active duty military or a veteran? Would you put your hand up? Yeah, let's give them a hand. Thank you for your service. So I want to invite you, who's ever active duty military or veteran, we're going to have on Saturday at 9:30 in the morning at the community stage, there is a gentleman, and I can't remember his name, so I'm pulling it up right now. Robert Connolly III, who's a retired colonel in the Army, is hosting a community stage event for bringing veterans and members of the military together in Flight Sim. So you're going to be a part of that panel discussion. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right. You're going to see me between the show as we go through this, but it's going to be rapid fire today. So I'm going to come back and give you some breaks occasionally. I'll come up and fill if we have any issues. But right now, we're going to move on to our next presenter. Welcome Navigraph to the stage.
Can you guys hear me okay? No, a little louder, a little louder. 1, 2, 1, 2. A little louder yet? Okay. I can make out that it seems like we're a full house here, and it's really exciting to be here. Phil, Evan, it's quite a show that you're putting on. I think this year is more professional than ever, actually. You should see backstage. We got sofas, we got drinks, and all that stuff. Anyways, my name is Magnus Axholt. I'm the CEO of Navigraph. Join me on the stage here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On stage, I have my longtime sidekick and also the CTO of Navigraph, Stephen O'Connell. And from New Zealand, Alex Cutforth, software developer. And we're here today to give you a product feature reveal. Actually, not one and not two, but three. But you got to pay close attention because they're all hidden in the next set of slides here that are coming. In the off chance that you don't know about Navigraph, we're a company that started roughly 20 years ago. We're providing the flight simulator enthusiasts out there with navigation data, charts, and flight planning services. We are located in Stockholm, Sweden, and we have, over the last couple of years, become roughly 45 members on the team, and some of which are here today, actually. Would you mind getting up? These people here will be walking the floor, and they will also be in booth 503. We pride ourselves with a close collaboration and close connection with the community, as you know. And we would really like for you guys to come to the booth and talk to us. What is it that you need? How do you fly? Is there something missing? Is there something we can help you with? You're also welcome to our support forum online on navigraph.com and our Discord channel and at other trade shows just like this. So whenever you see someone in this shirt, feel free, walk up, say hello. Right. So what is it that Navigraph do, really? Well, the clicker, do you have it? There we go. Some people refer to us as the Navigraph, but actually we do have a couple of parts and component to it. I think most people are familiar with our charts. Navigraph Charts is akin to Google Maps, you might say. There's an interactive component in that you can zoom and click and discover our charts, but we also have separate maps for IFR and VFR pilots. Navigation data, as crucial to the baker as flour. Engines don't run without gas, so navigation data is something that we have, which is basically the foundation for all flight simming as well. Flight planning. You guys probably know about SimBrief. You can do pretty complex flight planning in there, but illustrated here on this chart, you see also the auto-route function that we have in Navigraph charts, which might come in handy. You can also move these waypoints around if you do VFR planning, so check that out as well. Performance calculation is also a thing. An initiative that is coming later this year is flight training. It's a set of free courses that you're going to be able to find on YouTube, accompanied with an e-learning system. The guy here on the picture is Martin Tranquel, and he, along with Jason, will be giving a presentation tomorrow at 11 o'clock at the FS Elite stage. You don't want to miss that. Well, without further ado, let's have the year in review and then get on with the reveal. Stephen.
Thank you, Magnus. So before we go to the next segment, let's do a brief review of the past 12 months from Navigraph. At last FS Expo in Las Vegas, we announced this feature, Live Traffic and ATC Networks, which was later released late last year. We started off with BATSIM and IVAO integrations. We're very thankful for their collaboration with us on this feature. Since then, we've been issuing updates, feature updates, and stability improvements. It's still technically in beta, but we are not far away from calling it a production release. We also hope to add other data networks soon. Also, last fall, we integrated SimBrief Dispatch fully into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, making it even easier to plan a flight without leaving the simulator window itself. Louder. Then came FS 2024, also in November, which we were very excited about. Just a couple of days later, we released EFB apps for the new 2024 EFB, both for charts and SimBrief. A little later, we also started providing navigation data updates for the new simulator. And a few months ago, we announced this new feature, Scratch Pads, providing the ability to quickly write down notes. There has been a slight delay in the release of this feature. We realized that we needed to do some groundwork, technical groundwork in our app before we were able to release this. This is now almost done, so we hope to release Scratch Pads sometime after the summer holidays. Just last month, we released a major SimBrief update, which included a brand new route calculator engine, which provides the ability to avoid predefined areas, to easily add oceanic tracks. It has instant map previews. You can choose SIDS and stars and also visualize SIDS and stars. We're very proud to continue our support with other partners in the community, with supporting them with nav data, charts, and airport mapping and flight planning. These are some of the releases of aircraft, simulators, and tools during the last year where Navigraph has been integrated. Feature reveal. Okay, so this is actually something we didn't plan to mention now originally, as we have other feature reveals coming in just a minute. But this is really hot off the press, and we're excited to tell you about it. So we have just signed an agreement with Rogers Data, an Austrian company well known in Europe to provide VFR ICAO charts or sectionals. These charts are used in the real world by commercial and private pilots, in general aviation, also by a training organization and flight schools. For some years now, these charts are used also in PPL theory exams by some aviation authorities. And we're happy to announce that these VFR charts, covering the entire Europe, will be available in the Navigraph Charts app at no additional cost for unlimited subscribers. When? We don't have an exact release date yet to give you, as this is very new, but we already started working on the integration, and we're super excited about this new feature. Okay, so that was the first product reveal. Let's see what else we got for you. And after that, I'll hand over to Alex.
Audio again.
Could we have audio?
It was working this morning.
Yeah.
Meow. It is. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Let's retry it again. If not, I guess we just...
Should I try?
Yeah.
Yes.
KLM 125, clear to land, runway 4 right. Clear to land, 4 right, KLM 125. KLM 125, make left on Romeo, November, cross 22 right, ground point 9. Left on Romeo, November, cross 22 right, continue. KLM 125. Taxi to Terminal Echo via November, cross 15 on November, left on Bravo, right on Charlie, right on Alpha to Terminal Echo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't think I was quite prepared for how enthusiastic of a response that was going to be. So, taxiway routing is the latest feature for charts we have started working on. Myself, I fly on networks, and quite often I might forget which holding point I was meant to stop at and breeze right through. No more. No more. So, first step of planning your route is selecting your start and end points. Right now, these are either gates or runway exits and entries. The gates modal is similar to the network's gates list we have right now for live traffic. They are categorized by terminals, and intersections are categorized by runway. When you open a section, it'll automatically zoom in on the map and highlight the terminal. As you can see, we've got O'Hare up here with colors for each terminal. When you have your own ship position enabled through SimLink, your start points will be automatically added to you, because we want this feature to be a workload reducer mainly. The main way you plan your route is through the taxiway selector. The dashed line you see will always show the shortest path through the taxiways you have chosen. You can also select the holding points you want to stop at along the way, and you can filter them using the input field. If you're not interested in choosing your taxiways, perhaps if you're flying offline without air traffic, but you still want a route to guide you, there will be an auto route button which will build it automatically. It also takes into account directional rules which are encoded in our airport mapping database, such as the ones at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Now, this isn't always the best way for planning your route, because sometimes air traffic might be mean and give you a bunch of weird zigzagging turns, which can't really just be declared by a bunch of taxiway names. So there is the incremental build tool, which was shown in the trailer, where you can select your turns as you go, and of course, you can filter with an input field. Now, once you've planned, the most important part is the awareness and guidance this provides. You can see there is a taxiway routing widget now will be included in charts, which shows you your route plan delimited by turns, stand entries, exits, runway entry, exits, and runway crossings. It also shows your selected holding points, and all the path after that turns red, so you're aware you're not allowed to go there just yet. If you were to then click on the hold, you can mark it as cleared. It will turn green and the red will disappear, so you'll make sure you're always tracking where you have been cleared to go by air traffic control. It also shows hotspots, areas where you need to be careful when taxiing and be extra aware of what is around you. It also shows your progress. If you have SimLink enabled, a blue line will appear, and you will also receive distance to go information to each turn, so you're always aware how long to go before you have to think, turning left, turning right, stuff like that. If you diverge from your route, a dashed line will appear from your icon. I think you see in the bottom left of the screen, which will guide you back onto the planned route. We don't have it recalculate like your car would because it's more important to stay on where air traffic has specifically commanded you to go. Of course, arrows indicate the direction, and any parts that you have revised or are unplanned will be dashed. Some other small little features that will come with this when it comes out is a stand information modal. So you can click on any stand at an airport mapping database airport, you see the name, the aircraft that are not allowed to be there, the terminal, what fuel types are available, and whether it has ground power, jetway, and towing. Of course, you can click on them, and as you might also notice, there are directional arrows now shown. This is Amsterdam Schiphol, and they have a lot of complicated rules about what directions you can taxi. We also have a host of features that we weren't able to demo to you because they are not yet implemented. We want to add visual and oral warnings for people like me who may get a bit clumsy and need something blaring at them out of my iPad to tell me when I need to stop or turn. As with hotspots and perhaps live traffic as well, live traffic can be shown on your route list. The airport mapping database also provides maximum wingspan info and restricted aircraft, so those can be taken into consideration while you are planning, so you don't take your A380 down a grass taxiway, for example. There is also maximum speed information which we could show, and perhaps also a useful one would be hold category selection. So especially like Heathrow, you get two holds next to each other, different categories. We want to make it clear which one you're selecting. Perhaps if there's low visibility operations, you need to be further away for a higher category ILS. Also perhaps showing time predictions, how much time you have left to your endpoint, if that could be useful to you. Also selecting intermediate holds and only planning up to that point, because something we do in air traffic is called progressive taxi clearance, where we only tell the pilot up to this point, go this way, and then once you've got there, they can then be given the rest of their route. Also perhaps de-icing as an intermediate. Up in Sweden, where we're from, it can get very cold, and you definitely sometimes need to go via a de-icing area to get your plane de-iced, and we want to add that to make it easy so you can plan that as part of your route. And UI space permitting, we might also show occupation information from live traffic on the stand selection list, much like the other gates list we already have that is dedicated to live traffic. Now, I'm going to do a quick demo of this in action. Went back. There we go. So what we've got here is Boston Logan International Airport, probably the biggest one nearby. So as you'll see, there is a new widget up here called Taxiway Routing. If you select that, you'll then be able to switch between the airports in your flight plan. I've selected O'Hare from Chicago. Select your start point. We're going to go from a gate because it's our origin, and you'll have your stand options, and you can highlight and zoom in on each terminal. So let's go from Terminal C. Let's select Gate C19. You can click on them on the map as well as in the UI. Of course, you then need to select where you're going to. So we're going to do a runway entry, and we have already selected runway 9er as part of our flight plan, so it'll automatically zoom in on those applicable entries. Once you've added that to your route, you will see a dashed line, which is the shortest path. Now, it's recommended you don't just stop there, because often you want to get air traffic control commands, or you want to codify more in detail which taxiways you're taking. So this is the taxiway selector we showed earlier, which highlights the different useful taxiways, and then the ones that are far away in gray, because they're less relevant. So let's say we want to go through by Alpha and Kilo. Select those, the path will go through there now. And we can also add a hold. So this hold we will add. This one will actually be automatically selected if I were not to select it, because this is before a runway. No point in manually having to do that when that's pretty much a given. If it's not a given, you can delete it after. But we're going to add that anyway. Once you confirm your route, boom, you have your taxi plan. And the stuff after a hold is highlighted in red, and you'll see it down the bottom with all the useful information like hotspots and holds. Once you've got to Kilo and you've been cleared by air traffic, you click Mark as cleared, turns blue. Whole point is making you always aware where you're allowed to go, and making it easier so you don't perhaps have to write it down if that's something you do. I would love to show you a demo of the aircraft route progress, but that's difficult to do on stage. So, back to slideshow. We have, as we said, 3 features, 1 more to go. What we have been working on is SimLink version 2. This will provide AI traffic from your simulator injected into charts. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator AI traffic. It's not many right now, but not always that many, what did I say? SimLink V2 will support Microsoft Flight Simulator, X-Plane, and P3D FSX, although traffic may not be available in the last P3D FSX, we're not sure about that. It will also work Windows, macOS as usual, and unofficially, we won't support it, but we might provide builds for you, Linux, for those who are so inclined. You might have also noticed there's only one aircraft icon there. That is a limitation in SimConnect, but we weren't going to be deterred by that. We have an alternative. This is beyond ATC traffic being injected not just through the sim, but through their software, so they can provide us with detailed information such as aircraft type and flight plan information. SimLink V2 will be open to any third-party software that wants to inject their traffic or even ownership position for third-party simulators such as DCS, which we've already been working with. Now, I've got a quick video. Not only will it provide SimLink V2 provide live traffic from your simulator, the update rate has increased by up to 4 times by establishing a direct connection. So we've got a video here. We're not saying we're trying to turn charts into your nav display, but we're not stopping you either. So yeah, previously it would update once per second, which personally I like to track it like that, and I wasn't a big fan. So now, when this update comes, you'll be able to basically turn your charts into a dash cam if you really want to. And you can see there is route progression at the bottom. Cool. Now, we have 1 minute left, so we're going to there's a few stuff about tech and third parties we would have loved to talk about, so please come see us at our booth. Taxiway routing is not just available in our charts, but we provide the necessary data as part of our AMDB for you to do it yourself in third-party softwares for things such as aircraft taxi guidance, such as Garmin, Safe Taxi, or even controller client taxi planning, which I would love myself as a S2 controller on VATSIM, especially in busy events. So, when will this be coming? Like everything we do, soon TM. As I talked about earlier, we have grand plans for many more things we want to add, so we've got to work on those as well. And not only that, we would love to see your feedback, hear your feedback about what you want added in this feature. So please, come see us in our booth, have a conversation. We would love to take your input into account. Thank you so much.
What if every takeoff had a purpose? In On Air, every flight earns, every action counts. Join thousands of simmers worldwide and be part of a living aviation community. Fully compatible with your favorite simulators. You fly, and your AI team flies too. Everything you do has impact. Own airports to grow and earn. Hire and organize your airline crew. Expand your fleet the way that fits your goals. The world keeps going even when you're not there. Every flight is rated based on your skills. Automate tasks and let your company run smart. Just want to fly? Go freelance. On Air is the most complete airline management experience. Start free for 7 days. Join the world of On Air. Your airline, your adventure, your skies.
Hi, my name is Ron Sartori, and I was the founder of Altimeter Motives, and the reason it was founded was I wanted the things that I couldn't find. So I'm going to go through a really quick 5-minute agenda. It's going to be pretty fast. If you miss something, you can watch the recording later. Okay. But talk a little bit about the company and the products, a new product that we're announcing today. And exclusive show offerings, show discounts, specials, and about the company. I've been retired 48 years in the computer and semiconductor industry, and a long time flight sim, aviation geek, advocate. I'm not a pilot. I pilot wannabe, like many of us, and a geek. So company is now in its 6th year, and we've been producing quite a few products, and I'll share those with you. We're located in St. George, Utah. All right, current products. We've been shipping Cessna 172 panel overlays for 5 years. And we've added to that from our first show in San Diego. People were asking about a dual G5 Cessna, so we added that. And then we came out 2 years ago with a 6-pack plus for people with limited space. And then we added a dual G5 to that. And we complemented that by having a custom right side where we can take your gear from, real sim gear or prop wash or desktop pilot and put it on a nice looking panel that was married to our left-hand panel. And a dual touchscreen right side that runs with Sim Innovations Air Manager, where you can just customize whatever things you want on the right side. It's a very powerful, flexible thing. So if you're not familiar with our products, this was our first product, was the Cessna 172 steam panel. Then we added the dual G5, as I'd mentioned, and then the 6-pack plus. Now the 6-pack plus was not only for small places, apartments and so forth, where you can't devote the space for a full rig, but it also has another application, and that's in the motion chairs. With the motion chairs, you can't have a lot of weight, and this is only about 3 pounds, so it doesn't add much to it, like a heavy dinner. This actually is Chick from SimWorld Pro, and he had this thing for 2 years, and he just recently released a YouTube video flying around with it. And the 6-pack has a G5 version, which is shown here. And then I was talking about the companion right sides, and you can do anything with that. We have the cutouts for just about anything that, and if we don't have the cutouts for something that exists, you give us a detailed dimension drawing and we'll cut it for you. And the dual touch screen, that's what that looks like, and it's got a knobster on it, so it's really convenient. And then putting them together, you get that type of look. And you don't have to do it all at once. You can sort of add and build on it. So those are our current products. We're selling them on the exhibit floor, and we brought those with us. We have a limited quantity. And then the side panels, those are online only. So now for the new product. When you sell Cessna panels, everybody starts saying, well, I fly a Piper. PA-28, so that's our new product. And it's married to work with Just Flight's PA-28 Aero, and goes quite well with that. And this is what the panel looks like. And the thing that people that fly Pipers, they want that manifold pressure gauge. And we put that in there, and you can see it work here. It's a video. It's a real shot. And these instruments were custom designed for us by a fellow in Belgium named Peter. And he's a graphic artist and does fantastic work. So these are not off-the-shelf graphics. All right, so now at the show, and we've done this is now our 3rd year of offering something we don't sell anywhere else, and you can't buy it online. And it's very rare because we actually number. And we brought 10 to the show. So when we sell 10, they're gone, and we might have them next year, but we don't. They're very intricate, and that is the Baron 58. And some of you probably here already have one, but we only have 9 left, and you can't get it online. This is what it looks like. It's a gorgeous looking panel. It's got so many. It's so filled with instruments that the actual structure is supported by side rails to stiffen it. It has a DME that is operable. It has a HSI source switch. And each of the, much like the Baron, has inlays of black on gray. And here's a little video showing how it works. And wait till you see what the prices are on these. It's not that bad.
You want me to give you the hook?
Okay.
A couple seconds.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I think it's real cool. If you read this email, this fellow a month ago sent me this. I never knew him. It came out of the blue. He thought it was pretty cool. And we get some of these. It's very gratifying. So discount specials. These are our products. $340 for the Cessna 172, our lowest discount ever. $308 to $368 for the dual G5s, depending on the software or without software. And the 6-packs include a monitor and software, and that's a plug-and-play solution. PA28, $332, and Baron 58 at $360. All right, now we've got 4 monitors at our booth that we bought just for the show. At the end of the show, if you want one of them, they're brand new, $75 each. We usually sell out. We'd rather do that than ship them back. Okay, and these are my contact information, and I thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for that amazing, warm introduction. My name is Fabian. I'm the founder of FlightSim.com. I hail from Singapore. It's a very, very small country, but we are very rich. Eighteen-hour flight, Singapore Airlines from Singapore to Newark, and the Amtrak to Providence. So happy to be here. This is our second FlightSimExpo. And let me start by sharing with you a little bit about what we do and how we are different. Of course we are different. So let me share with you some things. By now, this is our second FlightSimExpo, so I'm not going to, I assume you know who we are. If you do not know who we are, shame on you. So we pioneered affordable force feedback yokes. We launched at $799 last year, and due to inflation and Trump's tariffs, we had to increase the price a little bit to $899. So some differentiation. For us, it's all about fidelity. Our yokes model the Cessna 172, and if you've flown a 172 before, you know that the pitch length is actually 165, meaning that when you pull the yoke all the way back, it almost hits your chest. And depending on whether you have implants, it will hit your chest a lot earlier. We have a future-proof ecosystem. You can visit our booth. So from a single humble yoke, we kind of put other parts together, like throttle quadrants, motorized, trims, flaps, rudder pedals, and we have, after 1 year, assembled a soon-to-be certified FAA AATD, Advanced Aviation Training Device. The other thing about force feedback, as you know, it's not cheap. It costs more than your humble Xbox. And therefore, our pilots who purchase our products tend to be pretty demanding. They're nice people, but very, very demanding. So you want to fly the best kind of aircraft. You may not notice, but unfortunately, a lot of sophisticated aircraft like the A2A Comanche, the PMDGs, for example, they don't use sim variables or data rest, which are standard. They use customized stuff. And right now, none of the sims support these things. What we do is that we basically work with the developers so that we are able to get feeds to make the force feedback yoke work with customized aircraft, and I think we have the largest list so far. We are pilots not by profession, but by regulation. And so if you talk to us, and again, right, we have many customers who are very particular about how a yoke should work, how a trim should work. We work hard to make them really, really happy. So I think we have the happiest community in the Discord environment. And the last thing I want to share with you is our little contribution to the aviation simulator world. I call this remote yoke sync, and I'm going to debut this amazing feature, which I think will change how you get into shared flight situations, even though you're not geographically together. Happy to also announce we're going to up the bar to be possibly the first company to offer a 365 total warranty concept. Essentially, the fine print says that if our hardware fails because it's our fault, we will ship you a replacement part, and we will even cover the cost of courier shipping. Can you give us a big hand for this? But of course, if it's your fault, shipping's on you. That is part of our terms and conditions. Some hardware releases that we have. Our standard CLS 60 and 120, that basically represents our 60 Newton and 120 Newton yokes, was launched last year. As of December, we listened to our community and added what we call removable mounting tabs so that you can basically right now mount the yoke either on desk or on the table. We have also since released our G1000 PFD, MFD, and audio panel. It looks like this. So all our hardware are basically high fidelity. And this is as close as it gets to a real Garmin G1000 because it was developed from FTD level 5. And level 5 simply says that not only must it look very, very similar, it must feel very similar as well. Pricing is obviously very cheap if you can afford it. Next, we have force feedback rudder pedals. And we did a pre-launch for our first 100 units. Happy to say this is massive force, 370 newtons. You can try this tomorrow and on Sunday. And 370 newtons is basically the kind of force you need to keep a King Air flying on a single engine. So it's going to be good weight training. You can quit your gym membership. Now, obviously, with the rudder pedals, we also had to build in effects similar to our yoke. So not only are your force customizable, they also auto-load based on individual aircraft. So you can set a low setting for a Cessna and an extremely high setting for a King Air. The rest of the specs are as follows. We also designed the pedals such that those of us who are also heli fans can choose to fly a helicopter, and this turns into the anti-torque pedals. You can remove the brakes if you're not flying a wheel-based helicopter, and it functions really, really well from an R-22 all the way to any kind of aircraft you want. Again, we price it. Our products are priced to last. They're not necessarily cheap as in cheap standards, but they're all metal construction and they will serve you longer than your own living life, I think. Quite serious about that. Another little innovation we did based on customer feedback thanks to our Discord members is we added a front panel as an option. So now you can basically manipulate things like electrical starter light controls on a Cessna 172. Having said that, we can also design VR panels. The advantage of this, as opposed to doing your own 3D printing, is that our PCB board takes all the commands and you do not need a separate board to control these switches. We are launching a pre-order during this show. We also, based on customer feedback, just launched this, the FC20 flight console. And what's interesting about this is small form factor. So, those of you who fly simulation and spend thousands of dollars, but you lie to your wife, this is perfect because you can hide this in the cupboard. No one knows that you paid, $1,000 plus something dollars for this. Now, this is exciting because this is kind of like a mini version of our FC50 and our larger FC100 consoles with a nice twist in the innovation. The trim wheel is actually motorized, which is, by the way, no small feat when you combine force feedback yoke with the trim because they conflict and it took us a while to try to figure out, but the problem has been solved. We also have to accompany the FC20, FC50, FC100 flight console are basically interchangeable throttle quadrants because we want to take realism to the limit. So we just launched our C172 vernier throttles, high quality, FDD level 5 quality. Here is the Piper single designed for the Piper Archer Warrior. And this is more of a complex Piper as well for the Piper Arrow. We also have in the works 2 levels of certificated products, the BATD, Basic Aviation Training Device. It looks like this. It's basically a combination of our G1000, our FC50, our rudder pedals, our CLS60, and a computer system and an X-Plane 12 flight model. Here are some of the specs itself. So you will get a certified aircraft model that's approved by the FAA, where you can log BATD time. And if you look at the pricing is affordable relative to other BATDs that you may be aware of. And of course, our pride and joy is our upcoming AATD, Advanced Aviation Training Device. It looks like this. It's pretty cool. Please wow a little bit more, louder. It's live stream. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Santa Maria. At 30,000, at under 30,000 US dollars, you could even buy a piece of paper in Singapore to drive a car. Don't talk about the car itself, a piece of paper. This is serious, my friends. A paper in Singapore to drive a car costs 100,000 US dollars. So you guys are spoiled. Really spoiled to the core. We are powered by D-Box Gen 5 Motion, the sexiest and the best tuned motion system on planet Earth. Unfortunately, it's Canadian, not American, We continue to update our software, in fact, we spend a lot of time on the software itself because the software really brings out the value of the hardware. And right now, because our users keep getting lazier and lazier, last time they had to click 3 buttons. Now they click 1 button, and now they don't want to click a button. Right? So we automate everything from detecting your simulation, knowing which aircraft, and it loads all the forces itself all in the background. You also have import and export of profiles for the geeks, and our community also does support in profile development. This is what it looks like. So you can switch from different simulators. It will pick it up automatically all in the background. Here is some of our interface and effects that we have. And as I mentioned, we also work very hard to harmonize the force feedback yoke and motorized stream wheel logic. And our customers, as I said, they are so lazy, but they are rich. So money talks, bullshit walks. Whatever they want, yes sir, yes ma'am. So when they buy our sophisticated FC50, FC100 consoles, they are like a lot of switches, you know? And they complain, this is so tiring, binding the switches. Okay, okay. So now, when you buy our console, we bind it for you across all 3 simulations. In Thailand, they call this the no-hands restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Okay? Similar. Now, finally, I want to share with you our pride and joy, which I think would take a different spin on aviation. I call it the ultimate shared cockpit experience via a remote yoke sync feature. How it works is basically you can have 2 of our yokes anywhere in the world connected by the internet, and it will really in real time synchronize your force feedback movements, roll, and pitch. Advantages can be really a lot. More enhanced shared flight, CRM, crew resource management, and even remote flight instruction. So to end, here is a live demo in our office. Enjoy this short video. Okay, I will voice over remote device synchronization. Over here, we have the server yoke, and over there, we have the client yoke. And they're synchronized over the internet, and you guys are the first in the world to witness this live demo, which is something we are really proud of. So over here, what's going to happen is that we're going to show you the setup. Both sides have our software, and they are on separate computers. As I mentioned, they're connected over internet protocol with an IP address and the port detail.
All right, so that's all really awesome. We got to keep it moving, though. We're out of time. So thank you so much. Good job. Excited to see. If you want to see more of that in action, go check him out on the floor in the exhibit hall. Go ahead and check out the video.
In a world where flight sim shaped generations, those who once played it now share it the way stories are meant to be retold. Long past being the new kids, we've been here all along.
This guy gets it.
Although that's not the first one.
So hi everyone, my name is Lila. I try to manage marketing, support, organization, keeping Vic silent
Vic's out there somewhere.
in the background. Yeah, and today we are finally here, first time in the Expo, and we brought Tower Simulator 3 with us, first time also, to show you in a couple of minutes what it is and what it takes to build something like Tower.
Yeah, and my name is Robbie. I head up the development. I have no idea how to program or code or anything like that, but I want to make sure that, so nervous doing this. I want to, can you please help me out?
Yeah, sure. So we have also Chaz with us today.
I'm a very small fish in a huge pond of YouTubers, as I'm sure you all know, that cover all angles of flight sims from wherever we may be doing it from around the world. You know, some of the back alley flying that we saw earlier on, you know, some of the guys, not back alley, flipping it, that's wrong, isn't it? Back country. Got to get it right. But, you know, I started playing Tower Simulator 3 the day it came out after playing some of these guys' older games, Tower 3D Pro, and, you know, now I'm on stage talking to you wonderful people over the other side of the Atlantic. It's crazy how this thing works, isn't it? But, you know, Tower Simulator 3 is close to simulating what ATC is all about, in the fact that you obviously have these aircraft that you have to make sure that you're guiding around the airport correctly, and you know you're up there in the tower with the responsibility of the safety of all of those people on those aircraft. And at the same time, it's a game where you can enjoy the job and, you know, not take the mick out of it, but you make fun of the job.
Yeah,
if that
yeah, we
makes
will
sense.
have time to just get into the dry stuff in a bit, so
Sorry.
don't hurry
I'm
with
too
all
excited.
that. No, yeah, we try to find a balance between keeping it fun, but also, you know, somehow simulating the realistic air traffic control. So that's our biggest aim, to somehow get you into the flow of controlling, but also making sure you enjoy it. I mean, that's what we aim to do, just really, again, finding that balance. And also we are very thankful to our community, who is seriously the greatest, helping us with their feedback to build something so cool and so enjoyable, and at the same time keeping it realistic. So that's our biggest aim, pretty much. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, this is so.
Robbie's good with his words. He's got so many huge words that he has to try and remember.
Yeah.
I saw the script this morning and I thought, I don't know how you're going to do it. But Tower Sim, there's so much that goes into keeping it moving, isn't there? There's more than just some dots on a screen, so to speak.
Yes. I can't do it. It is a lot more than dots on a screen. So, like, we want to make it fun for everybody, and it is just more than a game. It's a simulator. But they can customize it as well. So like if you want to start at 7 o'clock in the morning, they can customize a schedule, and it'll be different than at noon or something like that.
Yeah, so you get a full day's worth of a schedule at the moment where, you know, all the flights and all the movements are already planned by text files that tell you what aircraft will be coming in and when. It knows what size gates they might go to at what terminals all around the world. There's loads of airports available for the game as well. And the way that it works from when you're either in the tower or you're outside of it, it gives you a great sense of purpose and enjoyment. I mean, I'm sure much like many of you, I quite like just watching the aircraft. So when I'm in the sim and I'm flying the machine, that doesn't always completely do it for me. Is anyone else the same? Like, you like to watch the thing as well? I saw one hand, that'll do me. I'm happy with that. But, you know, at the same time, you get to see this airport operating around you while also being in control of it. There's quite a God complex that comes with that, and that's not the reason I'm on this stage today. But, you know, I'm here with these wonderful people that make this fantastic game. And like we say, there's a lot more to it than it just being a game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so you get into like a rhythm while you're doing it.
Yeah, definitely. You can get into the flow. Whether it's St. Thomas, where it's a tiny, tiny airport, and you get what I call sheds, Cessna 172s everywhere, or, you know, you control an airport like Heathrow, Amsterdam, or even Boston. You know, everyone that's watched my YouTube videos knows that I tear my hair out every time I do Boston.
Providence, that's
even
the latest
Providence.
one. Yeah, exactly. So basically, 2 years ago, we released this version. It's completely new, overhauled engine, We actually built the logic, how it's handled. We also have a new multiplayer framework, and then also supporting for deeper scenario building. So basically, you can see on the screenshots that I've been going through, it's pretty cool, in my opinion. We also have this physics-based new visual engine, and also the weather is
it's pulled directly from Metar.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
as you're playing, like it'll pull like the weather information or the temperature maybe, and it'll affect if a plane is able to land or not, or something like that.
And that makes it more interesting. Rather than go into every session and choose the perfect time of day and the perfect weather conditions just to make life easy, like I do, you can actually choose Metar, and obviously that forces you to use different runways, different taxiway configurations. You know, you make the airport flow in a different direction to what you're used to. I mean, again, mentioning Boston, I have a video coming out soon where I messed with Boston and used runway 24, which is almost in the Atlantic Ocean, miles away. But it made it more of a challenge because of the taxi routes to get aircraft there and obviously get stuff in a certain direction as well. It can be so much, well, there is so much you can do with it because you can play with it so often and use all these different configurations.
Yeah, it's the most visually alive thing we've ever created.
I think so. I mean, coming from Tower 3D, which was our previous version, this one was definitely like a huge step. And of course, lovely eye candy, how can I call that, right? It's just for everyone. So talking about customization and how you use the software, we also built DLC that you can get with Tower. Basically, it lets you customize a lot of different things. Do you use it?
I do, yeah. I use it a lot because it's called Mayo or Mio. I always pronounce it wrong, don't I?
It's Mayo.
She says Mayo because of mayonnaise. I don't like it. But basically what it does is on the fly, it gives you access to the engine that powers the game. So whether you want to change even just how it's rendered, you can see in the top left, you know, there's a renderer option. So you can change how far things render away. You can change the lighting effect, even how thick the air is, things like that. But then also on top of that, mess with the weather as well. So if you've spent a minute or so, you know, waiting for the game to load and you've gone, oh, but I wanted it to be raining, just flick a slider and you can make it rain instantly. And you can change things on the fly so quickly without having to reload the game. And it doesn't affect how the aircraft mess about or what they do or how well the pilots listen to you, because let's face it, they're pilots at the end of the day, they think they know better. But it's so easy to do whatever you want with this game. You know, people see it on the surface and they just think you're telling, like we said, moving dots around on a screen. It's so much more than that. And the serotonin that you get from seeing an airport operate while you're making it do what it's doing in front of you is so rewarding as well.
Even if it's unbelievable, but universities use it as a part of their training process tool. So that's why we try to keep it customizable. Like, we want everybody to be able to enjoy it as you want to see it, as you want to experience it. If it's for professional training, we can do that. If it's just for fun, we can do that. So it's like, you know, whatever you want. That's why Mio is built, make it your own, basically. That's what it means. So yeah. And then this year, we actually released our SDK, which means anybody can come and join us to create airports and basically everything else that we can include in the software. Which means we are also very happy to announce today that one of our oldest, the first partner is Just Flight, who will be joining us to create airports, and we will release it to the public very soon.
Yeah. And we can get their aircraft models as well, so everything's going to look more and more realistic in Tower Simulator 3, and it's going to develop further and further beyond that. So we're absolutely delighted to have them on board as a partner. I say we, I mean, I just play the game. They fly me over here and put me in a mad-coloured shirt, and I just play it and enjoy it. I'm so grateful to these people.
I just try to stay pretty. I mean, that's my job. So.
I can't do that, let's face it. But yeah, we've got a fantastic stand. We're going to be doing demonstrations of the game as the weekend goes on. I'll be playing it. You can listen to my stupid British accent, and hopefully you all enjoy the rest of the show, everybody. But thank you so much for listening. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all.
All right, guys. So we have barely scratched the surface yet, but right now, in the interest of not having you guys turn into stone, we're going to have you guys stand up for a little bit, mingle around. We're going to take an 8-minute break. This is a FlightSimExpo, though, and you heard on the screen that it's important to try and be here for the people. It's a chance to make friends. So say meow to someone you haven't met and make a friend. You got 8 minutes to make a new friend.
Good afternoon. Hello. Everyone hear me? My name is Matthew from VA Systems. I'm the CEO. Just want to give a very brief history. Been around for a little while now, so we're a little old, but not all that old. Change. There we go. We're founded in 2017. We started off by providing airline data to virtual airlines, and we've since expanded into Microsoft Flight Simulator for various airline scheduling solutions. In our database, we have around 6,000 airports or more, way over 8 million schedules, over 500 airlines, probably closer to 700 these days, tens of thousands of aircraft registrations, and hundreds of millions worth of historic flight information. It's a good little clicker. This year, we are proud to be a platinum sponsor. Evan and Phil and the entire team put on a fantastic show year after year, so we're very proud to be doing our part to try and support that. Moving on to the panel. So last year in Vegas, we started to tease the VA Systems panel as the future of what we're trying to do. All of our products we're creating is inside the panel. And essentially, it is like a tablet, like an iPad or an EFB, directly within Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's very seamless, very intuitive, and we have 2 apps available at the moment with more apps coming in future. The first one we released was our Missions app, which enhances our existing mission products that we've been releasing over the past year and a half. And we also have our Activities app, which we released earlier this year, which is real schedules and flight details. The panel is absolutely free on our own website. It was always intended to be free. It will always be free. Unfortunately, when it came to the marketplace, Microsoft don't want to have freeware, which is understandable, so we had to put the minimum possible price on there. However, we have included demo versions of all of our products, so you are able to use it out of the box without having to buy anything else. And this works both on the free version or the paid version inside the marketplace. And what we've also done as well, just to counteract the price that you may have to pay, if you link your panel with your account on our website, we give you £5 off of any order from the VA Systems store. That will never expire, so if there's not something you want to get right now, you can hold on to the code. Eventually, there might be something that you want, and then you can use it to have some money off. Moving on to the panel apps itself, because it is basically an ecosystem within the sim that we're creating with lots of things planned in the future. So I want to focus in on the Activities app. We currently release seasonal aviation data, flight schedules for airlines or for your favorite airports. And as you navigate through trying to find which flight you want to fly, you can see flight briefing information, your fuel, your payload, weights. We provide all of the waypoints for your flight plan, the operational timings, when you're supposed to take off, when you're supposed to land, how long the flight should take. And it includes all data for all the aircraft for the airline or flying out of an airport, depending on which pack you're purchasing. And it also works with all aircraft as well, default or third party. You can use whatever aircraft you want. The data's there to use however you see fit. We currently offer 60 different airlines. We're trying to pick the largest airlines around the world. So there's something in every different region. And we also have 40 airports as well. Over the past several months, we've been releasing the Winter 2024 schedules. And we've now just started releasing our Summer 2025 schedules for the same collection of airlines. If you're interested in seeing what airlines and airports those are, have a look on our website. It's a big, long list. Throughout the remainder of 2025, we're going to be releasing a further 60 airlines to make it a total of 120. And we also have a further 80 airports as well. And that'll be a mixture of the summer 2025 and the winter 2025 schedules towards the end of this year. You kind of see the repeating pattern here as the schedules change. Coming soon as well, we're going to be adding the ability to dispatch with SimBrief directly from within our panel. So whilst we already provide all the information you can need, right now you have got to sort of manually enter it into your aircraft. We get a few questions from some customers not quite sure how to enter information into their aircraft. So we have to point them to the documentation or to YouTube videos from the developers of those aircraft. So we're trying to make this much easier now as well. For those of you that love using SimBrief and automatically pull down your flight plan into your aircraft, we're going to make that very easy. And the data within the panel as well will update to be the SimBrief version of all the information rather than the one that we provide. So best of both worlds. And if you want to as well, if you want to override the aircraft type, obviously the schedule was going to be trying to force you to use an aircraft type, but you may not want to use it, you may want to change it. You'll have the ability to do that as well from within the panel and still dispatch via SimBrief. Coming soon as well, at some point later this year, is our data streaming solution. For those that purchase multiple airlines or airport products and want a way to make things a bit more cost effective, especially if you're getting the winter and the summer schedules on rotation over the coming years, we want to make it a lot easier. And we can do this by streaming the data in real time to the panel from the cloud. And this will be a separate purchase from our store, but it will work for both PC and Xbox as well. This will give you access to all of the airlines in our collection, all of the airports in our collection. You'll no longer have to worry about winter or summer schedules. It will just be monthly refresh data. So every time you use it, it's always the most recent schedule. But you also have access to all of your products previously purchased or any individual packs that you purchase going forwards as well. So it will work side by side depending on what works best for you. Pricing is still to be announced. We're still working out some of the finer details, so keep an eye on our socials, on our website. We'll have some more information on what that will cost very soon. I want to move on to our sister company. Back in FS Weekend in March, we announced our intention to start creating products in the hardware space, but we didn't announce exactly what that was. But we did say that it was a sister company to VA Systems, so this is what it is, VA Hardware. It was formed in November 2024, and we've been designing and manufacturing our first hardware product ever since. And today, I'd like to announce exactly what that is, which is the mini flight data display. We wanted to start off with something small and simple, but very powerful, and useful for not only aviation enthusiasts or flight simmers, but also pilots, cabin crew, and the families of those people. We got this idea because of my dad. I travel a lot, and my dad likes to keep track of where I'm going, as most parents do, and often messages me to ask me what my flight number is, what time am I departing. So I reply and say, oh, 5:30. He then replies saying, it says here it's 5:25. Yes. Thank you, Dad. I was rounding up to make it a bit easier. And then he messages saying, gate B32. Yes, I know. It's not my first flight, thank you. So to make life easier for everyone involved, we now have a device that will automatically come alive, wake up, and tell him exactly when I'm flying, where I'm flying to, what the flight number is, when I'm due to take off, when I'm due to land, the times that I'm going to, all the information you could possibly need, all nicely in front of him. And it also saves you then putting your device out and having to rely on him searching for flight numbers or, again, asking me what it is, because I can't remember the flight numbers half the time. I travel too much. So, I want to show you the device right now. Okay, look, when you're in an airport lounge, hours before your flight, and you're indulging in the free drink and food, my advice is this. Don't have the bright idea after multiple glasses of wine to create a presentation for FS Expo Friday, because this is the result. What's worse is this shows I am yet to even do a practice run of the presentation since my intoxication on whatever day it was that I flew out here. So I have no idea what's actually going to happen next, but hopefully the next slide is actually a picture of the device if I put it in. And it is. We're good. Thank God for that. It does also say here, show the physical one as well, but I forgot it downstairs. So I'm doing great at this. But if you do want to see it actually in action, then please come to our booth. This isn't a 3D render. This is a picture of the actual device as well. So this one here is currently doing some sort of tracking for Lufthansa, and the real one downstairs is currently tracking a flight between Heathrow and Boston, which is the flight that I took myself here. And yes, there are apps that can do this, but in recent years we rely on a single product like a mobile device to do many, many things. And it does them okay, but nothing perfectly. So we wanted to go back to create a device that does just one thing and one thing very, very well. And this is where the idea came from, because you can place this in your office, in your lounge, in your kitchen, or my dad can throw it in the bin and still message me anyway. There's many options of where you can put it. So moving on to the features and design, it is very compact. Again, I would show you how small it is, but I don't have it here, it's downstairs. It is USB powered as well, so you can plug it into a mains outlet, into your laptop, into a power bank, and take it around with you. It's got a crystal clear LCD screen. It's a matte finish. It comes in 3 different colors, black, gray, and in white. And it is Wi-Fi enabled as well, so you can join it to your Wi-Fi at home, you can join it onto your hotspot on your phone. Again, you can take it around with you if you want to. You may even be able to connect it to plane Wi-Fi and use it whilst you're flying, but I haven't tested that yet. I might do on the way back from here. I might get told off, we'll soon find out. It also comes with limitless data widgets. This is fully customizable. So not only can you choose exactly what you want to see on the screen, we've also given you the ability to change the screen layout based on the different phase of flight. Because there might be something different you want to see whilst the plane is still on the ground before it's airborne versus when it's cruising over the Atlantic. Moving on to the price, it is £169.99. We also have the dollar and the euro amounts there as well. It says it's based on yesterday's exchange rates. Honestly, I don't know what day yesterday was. I think it might actually be Monday this week, so wine. All of our devices are designed and hand-built to order in the UK. As a company, we don't believe in having things manufactured overseas in a territory that we don't have a physical presence or any control over the quality or the work and practices implemented by the company in question. For this reason, we are choosing to do things locally at our HQ by our own team. And our prices that we have reflect that as well. We are going to be shipping to all major countries. If there is a country on there where you wanted to ship to that doesn't exist, then please reach out. There are so many to go through to actually see if we can actually ship there. So at the moment, it's all major, but open to expansion. Discounts, because we all love discounts, right? Who wants to pay full price for something? Not me. So, next screen, please. There we go. If you pre-order during the FS Expo this weekend, either from our website or down on our booth, we are offering 10% off. It automatically applies to your basket as you're checking out. If you pre-order after the event, up until when we actually release the product and ship the first one, we're offering 5% off, which again will also automatically do its thing during checkout. It's also subscription free, because nobody likes subscriptions anymore or ever. Oh, one clap, there we go. Someone hates subscriptions. So we've heard the opinions from the community, and we get it. The idea behind a subscription is you want people to pay, obviously, monthly and not use it very much so that the business is profitable, right? It's great for business, not great for the user or the customer. Then you have the heavy hitters, those that are not profitable for the business, they use it too much. Great for the customer, not so good for business. So the hope overall is that you try and balance it out and you end up making money. But it just sucks. It's so difficult. It's so much guesswork, and we can't be bothered. So we wanted to create an alternative solution which is fair and transparent for both sides. Because imagine something more usage-based. We all have streaming services, right? You know, we all like watching TV. If we only watch one film in a month, that's very expensive, right? So what if there was a way you could have all of these subscriptions where you don't get penalized when you're not using it? And obviously with a device like this, where it is streaming real-world data in real time, there is an ongoing cost associated with the usage. So for this reason, we are going to introduce a credit-based system. So Flights Tracked is based on our suggested refresh rates. Up here, we have different packs available. Obviously, the shorter the flight, the more mileage you'll get out of your credits, the longer the flight, a bit less. We also have a default refresh rate to try and make it cost effective. You can modify that, again, per phase of flight, if you want to have something refresh more often whilst the plane's on ground versus whilst it's in the air, because again, who needs to have updates all that often whilst it's cruising across the Atlantic? So the above is a guideline. You can also see there are increasing discounts with the more credits you do purchase. But there's no tie-in, there's no ongoing cost. Again, it's as and when. We will offer the ability so you can auto top up if you want to for convenience. We're also going to give you the ability to put caps as well. So if you want to have a cap on daily spend or weekly spend or monthly or annually, then you'll be able to do that for peace of mind. But it is very much as and when you use it, it will then just sort of dip down your credit limit, and then you can increase it when you need to. We're also going to include 250 credits with each hardware purchase. So once you get it, you can use it right out of the box. You haven't got to buy anything else. You can give it a go. And that should give you around about the sort of the 5 flights if you use it in a smart way. And it is available for pre-order right now, as you probably could imagine, because we're offering discounts. We anticipate deliveries to be around July and August. Again, depending on how many pre-orders we get, it's a first-come, first-served basis. but we'll communicate with you based on that. Again, being hand-built, you know, some poor soul's got to put these together, and a bit fiddly. There's a lot more information on our website as well. I don't have the time on this stage to tell you everything that it can currently do, all the things that we want it to do in future with free software updates to the hardware. But please come down to our booth. We have a brochure which gives more information, and we have our team there as well. One more thing. We tend to do this as well. I think everyone does this one more thing malarkey. So, Lego giveaway. Last year, we did a Lego Concorde from a giveaway from our booth. We actually gave away 2, not because we intended to, but because I'm an idiot and I purchased 2 by accident. So we had 2 winners. Do we happen to have either of the winners in today here? No noise? Maybe they're still trying to build it at home? Who knows? Takes a while, apparently. So this year, we're going to be giving away the Lego Boeing 747 with the NASA Space Shuttle bolted to its spine. So please come down to our booth. Yeah. Please come on down to our booth, scan the QR code, enter. I have got to go through the T's and C's bit, which is boring, I know, but all persons who enter must be attending in person, so very sorry for those at home, but if you want to have a chance of winning Lego, come next year, because we'll probably do it again. You may only enter once. Winner will be announced at our stand on Sunday 29th at 2 p.m. The winner must be present to claim the prize. If you're not there when your name is called out, it will be redrawn, and the prize will be given to the winner. It is your responsibility to find a way of getting it home, because it's a big old box, and it's too much effort for us to do that, so sorry. But yeah, I think that didn't go too bad in the end, so whether I should drink more wine in future, I'll let you decide that. But thank you so much. Have a fantastic event, and we hope to see you down. Thank you.
Everybody, that stuff looks really cool. I gotta get some of that. Very happy to be here. I'm Brian from SayIntentions. We have 3 things that we want to talk about today. I'm going to try to get through all of these in 10 minutes and maybe even give Evan back a minute. I promised him. The first thing that we want to talk about, and hopefully most of you guys have now seen it, but that's our AI Living World traffic injection and sequencing system. We've now been working on this very hard for well over a year. We've made a ton of progress. Those of you who've tried it know what you're getting into with this. We're very excited about this, but we are planning to do something interesting with this. But just to give you a recap of what we've done, full model matching using a very advanced AI model to pull that off, harder than it sounds. Each injected airplane/pilot is an individual AI entity. Real-world schedules and gates, courtesy of FlightAware. Traffic that flows following live weather, or you can even use custom weather, and the traffic will adjust the patterns to match the current conditions. More than 1,500 AI pilot voices and growing inside of our system, and they're all designed so that the AI pilot accents match the airline itself. This also includes, with our traffic injection and sequencing, unlimited premium voices, so all of the pilots sound absolutely incredible. Works in 2020 and 2024, and we have GA traffic coming soon. The big announcement is we're finally ready to move this out of the alpha stage, and we're planning to move it to make it available to all of our subscribers on July 7th, just a short time out. Yes, and it is cool. You guys are absolutely gonna love this. All right, the number 2 announcement that we have for you guys, I'm very excited about this as well. We're introducing a new program for independent developers. It's an accelerator program for creators and flight sim developers, where we're going to try to help you get your ideas off the ground. If you need guidance and mentorship, if you need funds and financing, if you need engineering assistance, if you need access to our incredible AI ecosystem to build on top of or around, marketing muscle, we can even give you a built-in audience who's super passionate about, incredible high-end flight sim add-ons. We call it Launchpad, and we're making this one available. Basically, as of today, we're launching this. So if you're interested in this, if you're an indie developer, an indie content creator, please stop by our booth. I would love to chat with you. And again, SayIntentions.AI/Launchpad if you'd like more information on that. So that's our second announcement. Our third one, I am really excited about this because somehow we've managed to keep this one a secret. We call it Pocket Sky. And maybe we have no sound. There we go, we got sound. What do you guys think? Yeah? Yeah, I'm excited about this one. I can finally combine flight simming with date night. I've never been able to do that before, but now we can finally do it. All kinds of interesting features included in Pocket Sky. First of all, monitor your flight status. Where is the plane, altitude, all that stuff. Make sure it hasn't crashed while you were away. You'll be able to communicate with air traffic control, your cabin crews, your co-pilots, all of those things from literally anywhere. You don't have to be on the same network as your sim. You can be sitting in the movie theater or at the restaurant, I won't tell anybody, and actually tracking your flight. We've also added tools that will allow you to do airport frequency lookups. You can look up MEDARs and ATIS information and TAFs. And one of my favorite features is that you can actually get push notifications directly to the device when something interesting has happened with the flight. Again, maybe it's the cabin crew reaching out to tell you there's a problem on board and you need to end date night now so you can hurry and get home to deal with that, right? I don't want you to miss anything. It's very important. We've also added, and I'm particularly proud of this, but there's an instructor mode inside of Pocket Sky where the instructor can actually use the app to take over the role or supplement the role of ATC. So if you've got a student in the simulator, you'll actually be able to use the app to make ATC say things to the student, maybe give them some incorrect instructions, maybe ask them to do something that might be dangerous in that event, waiting and looking to see how the student responds. So we've sort of combined all of this into a single application. The best part is that this is actually available as of now to our SayIntentions partner customers. Available in Google Play, although I have to check on that one. It might be a couple more hours before it's out on Google, so don't hold me to that. And available now, I know for sure, in the App Store because I have it on my phone already and have been playing with it. So if you're a SayIntentions partner customer, raise your hand, by the way, if you're out there. Anybody? Yes! Thank you. It's available to you right now, so you might as well, get the flight started and then come back for the next session. You'll be able to track it. I'm joking. But we're very excited about this, and thank you for believing in our dream. We appreciate you guys.
We are Honeycomb Aeronautical. We build flight controls that bring the sky within reach. At FlightSimExpo, we're showcasing our biggest lineup yet. Come fly with us at booth 410. We're excited to bring you the all-new Foxtrot Aviation Stick, engineered for smooth, precise control. Come experience the difference for yourself. And get to meet the Sierra TPM module. The Sierra delivers tactile control with lockable metal veneers and a host of other features. Introducing Honeycomb Light. Same quality, less complexity. Perfectly tuned and streamlined for entry-level simmers. Plus, get a sneak peek of our upcoming Foxtrot takeoff kit. Everything you need to get airborne. And the Echo Aviation controller, a full cockpit in the palm of your hands. Join us at booth 410 and discover the next chapter of Honeycomb Aeronautical.
Hello guys, welcome to the show. Wow, that's full. Okay, first up, if we haven't met before, my name is Martin. I'm the head of FSS, all the way from Switzerland. And please excuse my voice. Yesterday evening, people said, look, this is the only evening where we can have a good fun and because you can sleep long on the next day. So we went full thrust on drinks, and they forgot to tell me that I got to do a presentation today. So anyway. You're eagerly waiting for news about the E-Jets, I guess. We're going to talk you through everything that we are working on right now. But first up, as we are in the US, we have a pretty iconic aircraft, which is the 727. So please show me your hands. Who owns the 727 right now? Oh, there are a few. Okay, well, but it's such an iconic aircraft. So I guess you guys have a lot of excuses to not use the 727 for various reasons. I want to change that. I want to talk you through and face those excuses and change it. Okay, so yeah, the 727 is too complex to operate. Well, it is. 3 persons in the cockpit, true. We got the crew manager. The crew manager is an automatic system that helps you operating the aircraft. And to be fair, in the end, you have to press less buttons to operate that aircraft than in an A320 if you use that, but that's fully optional. The 727 is too difficult to navigate. True. Well, we have the INS, we have the default GNS 530, we have a more modern GTN 750 from TDS, if you have that. We have the even more modern GTN XI from PMS, if you have that. And we also have a full-featured flight management system, although that's a little bit older, but it's still useful, right? So we got enough. The 727 is not reliable in flying. Yeah, well, the autopilot is limited. It's quite old, right? But it's beautiful to hand fly this aircraft. We got a little video for that. All right, that's fun, isn't it? what you've seen is the freighter version, right? So at some point, we missed the charming flight attendants. If you missed that, we now have a passenger version available. So you can choose between freighter or passenger, or both, of course. All right, the 727 is just too old. Give me modern avionics. Well, we showed you some, but there's something more. Yeah, the Super 27 is coming. Well, we don't know exactly when, but we're progressing well. So the Super 27 is an expansion pack for our existing aircraft. We have a new autopilot. We have the Collins AFIS. If you want to use it, it's optional. We have new transponder. We have the digital vertical speed indicator that you could see in the video with embedded TCAS. We have the new engines, of course, with digital fuel gauges and more new liveries. And this is important to know. As it is an expansion pack, it works for both aircraft. So no matter if you use the freighter version or the passenger version, it just adds the Super 27 expansion to it. If you own both aircrafts, well, you're lucky because it works for both. Yeah, it's not a standalone aircraft. It's just an addition to it. All right, so we have a freighter version, we have the passenger version, we have a Super 27 version. I think you're ready to go, even if you don't like all aircrafts. You now have an AFIS with modern avionics, so no excuses anymore. True. True. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the E-Jets. I'm going to show you a longer video now that I recorded myself. It's not professional though, but it shows you pretty much what the current build is like in our in-house development team or testing team as well. And afterwards, I'm going to talk you through the next steps that we're going.
Caution, this is an in-development preview only.
Today, we show you a flight with a JetBlue Embraer E190 from Presque Isle to Boston. We are sitting at the ramp setting up the MCDU. Presque Isle does not have a published standard instrument departure, so we can expect radar vectors. In Boston, we will use the RNAV Yankee approach for runway 22 left, a scenic approach along the coastline. However, the problem is that the arrival will not take us directly to the RNAV approach, so we need to modify the route ourselves. You can preview the route on the plan page. Let's clear it up. Switching through the waypoints only works if you are in waypoint centered mode. And here you can see our arrival. There's a nasty turn around Lead Sea intersection that needs to be removed. So let's go ahead and delete the waypoints in question here. And also remove the discontinuity. The second time, here we are with a proper connection. We skipped the departure and are already en route to Boston. Even though vertical navigation is not engaged for the autopilot in this build, you can easily use the vertical situation display for a proper descent planning. Here we are approaching the top of descent. In the MCDU, you can also see the calculated time and distance to the top of descent. For descending, we use FPA mode to have a perfect 3.0 degrees descent path along the calculated track. Vertical situation display also shows you altitude constraints. During your descent, you're going to be asked to activate the approach speed in the MCDU that are pre-calculated depending on fixed values or the green dot speed. In this build, also the HSI got extended to a map mode where you can actually see your route. The autopilot is still in lateral navigation mode and follows the lateral track towards runway 22. Certainly not the best weather today, but it's fun to fly. Welcome to Boston. Please remember, this is an in-development version and not yet ready to release. We will keep you updated.
Thank you. So a lot of team members are working on this build every day, trying to get it better and better and get it to you guys. This is our plan for the next steps. we have basically two aircrafts, like in the real world, flight testing. We have the FSS 001 and 002. And the first aircraft includes our new custom FMS that you can see here in that video, and includes the new LNAV autopilot as well. And we're going to kick off, or we actually kicked off the testing already with a very small team, and now we're extending the team. So by the end of July, at least that's our current plan, we start with the first group, with a small group, and going to extend it one by one. The target is to test the performance, the autopilot behavior, and everything that comes with the custom FMS. So the MCDU, the vertical path planning, the speed, the FMS speed mode, and also, of course, all the drawings on the MFD and PFD. At some point, we're going to ask our testers, is that version ready to ship to everyone? And if they all say yes, we're going to release it for free to everyone, and that's where we have that green phase. I don't exactly know when that will be, but as soon as our testers are confident to ship that out, we're going to do it. Then, once that's done, we will tackle the FSS 002, which is exactly the same version with one difference, which is when you press the VNAV button on the autopilot, it works. Yes. So the reason why we disabled that at the moment is that we need to fix all the lateral tracking of the autopilot and all the planning and calculation in the MCDU first. Once that's working, we're going to go for the VNAV autopilot. However, as you can see in the video, we already have the vertical path for you. So in the vertical situation display, you can already see the line where your top of descent, top of climb, etc. And you also have it in your MCDU, including all speed constraints, altitude constraints, etc. So it's just a matter of setting your FPA FPA mode correctly in order to follow it. But I'm sure you're going to be great in that because you already managed that to do without all the help in the old version. So this one will be way easier. If you want to register for this experimental testing, you can go to our website or scan that QR code. We can't guarantee to put in everyone at the beginning, obviously, because otherwise that would be just too much for us in terms of handling the testing team and the bug reports. But no worries, in the end, everyone will get it for free. That's for sure. Okay, one last thing. Tecnam. We got some Tecnam aircraft. If you're not aware, they're like little prop aircrafts, twin prop aircrafts. We have the 2012 and the 2006T. I got lucky last year. I went to Mexico to the iFly flight school. They used the P2006T, and I was able to fly it and found a lot of new stuff out that you only see and know if you're actually flying that aircraft. So we decided to create new versions of both aircrafts. The 2012 will come in a FS24 native version at some point, maybe this year or maybe early next year. We will use the new EFB from MSFS 24, the walk-around feature and everything, so it's going to be a native version. The 2006 will also be a native version, but an even more enhanced because that one is quite old. I think it's already like 4 years old or something. So it's definitely time to overhaul the 3D. So that's what we're currently doing, adding details, making it more nice and shiny, more new textures, making use of the latest technology. And of course, all the FS24 native features will be included in that one as well. So that's coming at some point. So we have 3 things that you can enjoy with FSS at the moment. We have the 727 series, we have the E-Jets, and the Tecnam aircrafts are also coming to FS24. There is one thing that we are also working on because people are constantly asking for it, and yes, there is yet another 727 variant, which is the 100. So I can confirm that we are currently, well, we are not working on it actively because we have the Super 27 to get ready, but the plan is that we're going to tackle the 100 afterwards in a passenger and a freighter version. So that's probably not coming this year, that's for sure. But at some point, we will work on that, and then we are done with the 727 fleet at least. So that's it from our side. If you want to test the new E-Jets build or the Super 27, then come to our booth next to the Parallel 42 guys with their amazing Patriot aircraft. So going to check that out. And then pass by with us and test out our 2 aircrafts. And if you have any questions, I am probably there. So, and also other team members are there. So just pass by, ask questions, let's talk. And I wish you a nice day here. Enjoy the show. See ya.
Hey everyone, welcome to FlightSimExpo 2025. My name is Callum from SoFly, and over the next 10 minutes I'm going to show you some really cool announcements. But first, a trailer from my partner.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transporting to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for all systems start. Start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, taking it away. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower.
Sir, thank you. So that is TerraBuilder's Kennedy Space Center version 2, available right now in the marketplace for 2020 and 2024. Everything you saw in that trailer was recorded in the sim, no special effects added. So if you don't know what we do, we are SoFly, and we make cool stuff for all. We make Aircraft Checklist Pro, Weather Preset Pro version 2, our Animal Kingdom, and we've also made recently Hanover Airport, which we updated earlier this week. But we're not here to focus on the past with our 70+ products. We are here to talk about the future. Every year, Evan always asks me, well, what cool announcements can you bring to FS Expo this year? Well, Evan, I don't have just one announcement, I don't have 2, but I have 4 things to talk about with you today in less than 6 minutes. So I have event exclusives, a little bit of an update on Cabin Announcement Pro, and then 2 brand new products to showcase afterwards as well. So let's watch this next trailer.
Hot, you know we're about to drop. We're about to drop.
So that is the SoFly physical collection, available starting tomorrow at FlightSimExpo 2025. Head to the booth 506 to find out more. But before you do, I highly recommend that you join our social club, which you would have been given a little card on the way in, or even from our book. It will give you a $5 show discount, plus a range of other benefits as well. Moving on to my next point of interest for you guys today. A year ago, we announced Cabin Announcement Pro. A little bit prematurely. Sorry about that. We did say it was going to come out last year, but unfortunately, the product just kind of grew away from us, and we wanted to make something really special. I don't have a release date for you today, but I wanted to share a brief update with you all. Firstly, I can confirm there is no subscription model associated to Cabin Announcement Pro. Woo! Secondly, it's going to cover a worldwide range of airlines all in one pack. And then finally, we're going to have a custom panel that is designed for all platforms and all SIMs. The release date, Q1 2026 is our next aim, and I promise to be a little bit more forthcoming with information in the future. But more onto products that we are going to release sooner. A new airport. Mentioned Hanover, our biggest airport yet, but we are now going to return to a new airport in the UK. I am from Bristol, so I am very pleased to announce that SoFly will be making Bristol Airport for Microsoft 2020 and 2024 coming Q3 of 2025. I know this is not the right audience for a UK product, but it's a cool airport anyway, and it's my home, so it's fine. And finally, I have one final thing to share with you today. Now, this is a big project that we've been working extremely hard on, and it's not something that we've been doing alone. We've been working collectively with Echo 19, TerraBuilder, who you saw earlier with the Kennedy Space Center trailer, and also Dark Ocean Design, to create an immersive new product for all flight simulators across all platforms. Please take a check of this trailer.
Autopilot on, please, sir.
Comet 504, contact Boston Tower 132.22.
Shuttle 14 Papa, reduce 180 knots. 80 knots, Shuttle 14 Papa. Willing 7296, watch the speed, 180 knots.
Boston approach, good morning, Care 328, out of 4 for...
Liver 232, descend island. Descend island, Liver 232. Shuttle 14 Papa, turn right, heading 180. Right, 180, Shuttle 14 Papa.
Thank you very much. That is Aircraft Sound Enhancer coming later this summer. It is a custom-built panel designed by Dark Ocean Design, featuring sounds from Echo 19 with a WASM module developed by TerraBuilder, meaning that any aircraft will work and you can customize it to your liking. That is everything from me today. That was a whirlwind of announcements, but please do stop by booth 506 to learn more and also to pick up our physical products. But for now, please enjoy the rest of FS Expo 2025.
Hi, FlightSimExpo. My name's Luke. It's a pleasure to be here. It's exciting. I'm the founder of FlyWithAI, a company you may have not heard of before. I'm meeting a lot of new people here. We make tools and sophisticated products for pilot training and learning using simulators. It's a real pleasure to be here today. I'm a flight instructor myself. I love learning. I love training. I often thought to myself, how great would it be if I could sit next to students that I have, students around the world, next to them in their simulator and make sure they had an amazing learning experience using their simulator. A student pilot is kind of all pilots. A great pilot is a pilot for life. We're constantly learning. But the cockpit makes a challenging classroom. We all know that. It's overwhelming. It's overstimulating. And so myself, I hope many of you here believe that the simulator can be an amazing tool for learning. It's in this that I made Bernoulli. Bernoulli is a virtual flight instructor that is like replicating a flight instructor into every sim. It's a world-class flight instructor that sits next to you, is able to watch what you're doing in the simulator and teach you something amazing. Bernoulli you interact with using plain language. It's a plugin that goes into the simulator and you're able to speak to it just like a human does. It sits there, it watches everything. FlyWithAI makes Bernoulli as unintrusive as possible. It's speaking in plain language, looking at all the physics of the aircraft, and what's more, it's doing a lot of prediction. Just like a great flight instructor, Bernoulli is able to kind of anticipate your next moves and decide what's the next best thing to show you using a bunch of tools, but you can see, here's a few examples of going through a takeoff checklist and making sure that you're doing the takeoff correctly. Giving you warnings when things aren't going right. Great flight instructors give warnings, give a little bit of critique, and then feedback, how to fix that. Great flight instructors meet you at your pace, show you what you're ready for, and then interact with you naturally. And that's what we really aim for with FlyWithAI and Bernoulli. We have curriculums, huge curriculums for being able to use Bernoulli in whatever kind of flight training you're doing, and I'd like to show you that more today. Bernoulli is able to score you, look at different maneuvers that you're doing, give you recommendations about what maneuvers to do next, and kind of put together a full flight lesson for you. You can see that in the one window here. We can do some sophisticated things like teaching you how to use an FMS of an aircraft you've never been in before. Here's an example of me learning the FMS of an E-Jet for the first time. I'd never been in one. I've taken all the distractions away and I'm just listening to Bernoulli through my headset because it's all natural speaking. But sometimes in the aircraft we get overwhelmed. Helmet fire, I see it with students all the time. So they are being overwhelmed by all the things that are happening in the aircraft, and it's important that a great instructor is able to take control and give control. So Bernoulli is able to take control of the aircraft and settle things down a little bit. No pausing, done in real time. Take control, let you relax, let the helmet fire kind of go away, and then give you control again. And that's really, really cool. So FlyWithAI, we've developed this whole ecosystem of learning. For the instructor to be on your level and make sure it's giving you information in real time, we have to create a whole ecosystem around you so that you can interact with Bernoulli in many different ways. One is ground instruction. So we offer ground instruction on our website, which allows you to see actual curriculum. So on a slow flight maneuver, what are you going to do on a slow flight maneuver? You may learn how to enter slow flight, how to maintain altitude, how to deploy flaps. Do that on a classroom level. The simulator plugin itself, that's the biggest thing. Getting into any simulator, we don't do a lot of discrimination between hardware. We like VR, all types of simulators. Practicing written and oral exams, that's an important thing for an instructor to know about where you're at in your process in official flight training. Maybe you know about airport lighting now, and we want to make sure that we talk about airport lighting in your next flight to make sure we can reinforce that. The pilot training and logbook, that's a really important one. We work with a lot of flight colleges and research institutions that want to look at the data that comes from a flight simulator when you're doing real training. And so we record all that in a pilot training logbook or a logbook. And in this logbook, we can see scores that have happened. We can see the maneuvers that you've done, what you've done in them. We have a little bit of justification. The coolest thing, a flight instructor, a good flight instructor is available for you after a flight lesson. You text your flight instructor and say, keep talking about this right rudder, but I don't know what you mean by this right rudder on takeoff. So you're able to text your flight instructor. We have that. You go back to your chat history on your phone, and you can speak right back to Bernoulli kind of in that moment that Bernoulli was telling you to add the right rudder. You can also send a flight score to your flight instructor using Talk to an Instructor. So we have instructors in flight schools that a lot of our users like to send their information to their instructor. That's great because now instructors are able to do a ground briefing with you if you show up to school, knowing exactly what you know already, understanding the problems that you're facing in a little bit more of a natural way and faster way. So it's actually improving that flow really well. You're able to look at that yourself too. I believe that the greatest learning moments can definitely be done on simulators, but they're not done easily. A great learning moment is a pilot who's coming into a new airport, and they know they want to land on runway 32, and watching somebody struggle to understand what the heading is that they should be joining the downwind on, and understanding the reciprocal heading. It's an amazing learning moment when you sit beside a pilot who's learning that, and you see them have to figure out how they're going to subtract 180 from 32 and show them that they can use the HSI to do that. It's those amazing learning moments that we focus on with Bernoulli and FlyWithAI, because those can be done in simulators, or learning FMS for the first time. Those are amazing, amazing teachable moments, but they require that ecosystem, and they also require some serious tech that we've been making. So FlyWithAI makes an AI that acts like a flight instructor, but it needs a lot of information to do that. We have flexible and rigid training modes, and for FlightSimExpo, we're releasing both of these together in an amazing product I'm just about to show you. The exam and rigid training modes allow us to create actual missions for every pilot. Like I said, a great pilot is a student for life. We can kind of categorize them. You're in pre-flight, or in your PPL, or CPL, or maybe your IFR, you're going for your first job and want to use a simulator to do that. There are some things that need to be rigid and some things that ought to be kind of free-flowing. Free-flowing might be going out to a practice area and getting lost. It's amazing that Bernoulli would be able to work with you through that and say, hey, are we going the right way? I thought we were supposed to see a lake by now. So those moments are really, really cool. So for FlightSimExpo, what we're releasing and so excited to release is FlyWithAI Pro. It's a new product that includes a guarantee that we're giving for student pilots. The guarantee is showing you that we're so confident in using FlyWithAI with your simulator for flight training that we're willing to make a guarantee that it's a one-time purchase, and we're a partner with you until you get your pilot's license. Thanks. I think it's really great. What the guarantee is that we want to make sure that you get your pilot license in whatever check ride you're doing. PPL, CPL, and IFR we're going to support. It's a lot of custom content there. We have to make sure Bernoulli is able to meet you. So understanding the checklists that you're using and the aircrafts that you're using and the local area that you're part of. These things are things that we're going to be partners with those who are using FlyWithAI Pro to make sure it's able to do that. It's really cool. The list of features would just blow the back of my head off to try and explain it all right now, but you have to come to the booth and try it for yourself. The compatibility, how do you get FlyWithAI right now? We're available. We support X-Plane 1 and 2. We're focused on those certified markets, 11 and 12, and Windows PC. I'd love to meet more of the community this weekend to understand where else FlyWithAI would really be needed first. I'm here with my whole team. We're a small team. We're nerds. We're engineers. We're passionate about aviation communication. We like most of us here, I hope. But yeah, we absolutely love aviation communication. We support the aviation industry in a couple of different ways. But we're here this weekend to meet you and show you Bernoulli and have you try it for the first time. I hope, like any good introduction, I've just created more questions than answers. And please ask your questions. Please come try Bernoulli for yourself. Bernoulli and Bernoulli Pro is really focused on those trying to get being a great pilot, learning to do things the right way, and being a student for life. And we really stand behind that message. So come say hi, and thank you very much.
How are you guys doing? Yeah. Let's get hyped up for the next product reveal, and I'm sure that many of you are going to be surprised by this. So it's going to be an aircraft. And today we're going to take this aircraft from Royal Air Force Base in Mildenhall, UK, Royal Air Force Base Mildenhall in the UK, all the way down to the island of Madeira, where we are going to do some touch-and-go training before we return back to our home base in Portugal. But before we can get started, we have to first install these airports, so let's launch the Contrail app. Head over to the Discover map, and there we have Madeira Airport, and up there in the UK, Mildenhall. Let's click on that, add it to our cart, and now we have like 2 purchase options available, so we haven't seen that in any other app. Let's watch the app trailer, which explains this in more detail.
Many flight simulation creators have their own shop. Enjoy direct access to top-tier developers like Flightbeam Studios and explore mega hubs around the world. Embrace the excitement of being a Navy pilot with direct purchases from Miltech Simulations. Support these incredible creators by buying direct. Introducing the Contrail desktop app, your one-stop solution for seamless account and purchase management. Connect to your favorite creator shops, manage all your products, and enjoy hassle-free checkouts, all in one place. Experience effortless installations with the click of a button. Discover new places to visit around the world using Contrail's map feature. Have you found something you like? Think of Contrail as a shopping mall. The same product might be priced differently across stores, or even be on sale in one of them. Once you select your preferred buying option, Contrail ensures a swift and seamless checkout. And from the checkout to the cockpit in a heartbeat, it's time to fly. Download the Contrail desktop app now and manage your Microsoft Flight Simulator add-ons with ease.
All right, so we're going to get the, does it come up? No? There we go. We're going to get Mildenhall from the Miltech Simulation Store, our friends at Miltech. We're going to also save a few bucks because it's on sale there. And next, let's get Madeira from the Contrail shop. It is the quality marketplace, so we have an active quality assurance process. We have top-tier developers such as PRG, Flightbeam Studios, Jetstream, MK Studios, and more. Also, we have a review and rating system, and more than 600 products. Also, according to the latest Navigraph survey, we are the fastest growing shop. So now that we have both airports installed, it's time to fire up our simulator. And while it's loading, we are going to do a quick mission briefing. So today's route is going to bring us down the west coast of Europe roughly 1,400 nautical miles, which is half of the maximum range of our aircraft, down to Madeira, where we're going to fly the EGNO 1 Papa arrival to the RNAV runway 05 approach. And then we're going to do traffic patterns with touch and goes, and we're going to finish off with a low approach to runway 23. So now that our simulator has finished loading, let's get onto the ramp and do a thorough walk around of our aircraft. So, any guesses what we will be flying today? I heard Falcon. Who knows? Okay, you should know since you will be the pilot flying today, so let's check it out. Thank you. So I'm happy to present the sexy Falcon 50. Let's do a quick dive into what this aircraft is capable of. So it has an endurance of 7 hours, which means you can do non-stop transoceanic flights from New York all the way to London in favorable weather. It has a typical cruise speed of Mach 0.76. It's capable of high Mach flight, and for those of you who love nostalgic videos, I can only recommend watching this one, which demonstrates how to bring the aircraft to the edge of its flight envelope, and you'll be surprised how well it does. It has a ceiling of 49,000 feet, and it is capable of short runway operations in high altitude airports. So now to the most important questions. When? We are aiming for release this year. It's going to be for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024. How much? Not decided yet, but it's going to be priced like fairly. Does it come with custom avionics? The answer is yes. We have the GNS XLS flight management computer. We have the Apollo MX-20 multifunction display, the Collins EFIS suite, as well as a Collins custom autopilot. So come by tomorrow, booth 406, to try the aircraft yourself. So it's, yeah, thank you. It's ready for some traffic patterns, for sure. Join the Contrail Discord server for updates. Also make sure to stop by the Contrail shop, where we're currently running a summer sale. And fun fact for closing, this mission we've flown today is based on true events. The Portuguese Air Force does this in real life. Maybe they don't take off from Mildenhall, but still, All right, thank you for a great mission today.
Thank you very much, Contrail. All right, the astute among you may have noticed that we've been doing live format followed by video, live video. I'm here because we're going to change that up for a little bit. So we're going to have a few video announcements in a row, one a little bit longer, and then we're going to welcome Nikki from Meridian to come up and kick us off before we go into our final break. So, you guys having fun? All right, we've seen some great stuff, right? All right, turn your attention to the screens, right? Meow.
Hello, FlightSimExpo 2025. My name's Bader from Next Level Racing. We're excited to introduce our latest cockpit, the officially licensed Flight Simulator MSFS Edition. It features our all-new flight seat, offering unmatched ergonomics and immersion. We've also partnered with two of the most iconic names in aviation, Cessna and Airbus, to bring the most realistic experience home. Cessna, a cornerstone of general aviation, has delivered more than half of all GA aircraft worldwide. With our officially licensed cockpit, we have designed a solution, allowing you to mount an array of peripherals and avionics to suit your operation. Airbus, renowned for its pioneering design and efficiency in commercial and military aircraft, continue to set the standard in modern aviation. Based on this philosophy, we are introducing our next generation of flight simulator cockpits, redesigned and reimagined from the ground up. These exciting partnerships with Airbus and Cessna reinforce our commitment to take flight simulation to the next level. At Next Level Racing, we're not just building simulators, we're shaping the future of flight simulation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the iniBuilds FS Expo 2025 stage show in Providence. For those who haven't heard of us before, iniBuilds is a leading software studio specialized in high-fidelity flight simulation products for both entertainment and commercial sectors. We love making a wide variety of aircraft and creating beautiful airports and landscapes across the globe. We have some exciting things planned for today's show, with a range of product launches and announcements from ourselves as well as our partners. So sit back and enjoy. To kick things off, our first announcement, our official partnership with Echo 19, a new audio partner who will be working with us on a wide range of our upcoming products.
Sound. It's the driving force behind emotion and presence. It can pull you out of an experience, or it can push you deeper. From airliners, private and business aviation, general aviation, warbirds, to military, and everything else in between. Quality audio makes it realistic, but immersive sound makes it unforgettable.
Echo 19 are great partners and are going to make the iniBuilds audio experience even more immersive. On to our second announcement from the iniBuilds Scenery and Vehicles team. We return to the Middle East, Marhaba Doha Airport. Doha landmarks.
Are you getting tired? Let me come closer, rest on my shoulder. It's fine now, whatever I say is fine now. Can you find out that designer? You don't want that desire. Can you find just like Rihanna? Can you find just like Rihanna? And you find out that designer? You don't want that desire. Oh, can you find and you know? Oh, 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 oh. You find and you know? Oh, 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 oh. You find and you know? Oh, 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 oh. You find and you know? Oh, 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 oh. I'm on my own. You wanted to call your phone. Yesterday I was all alone because I like enjoyment.
Passengers for Qatar Airways Flight 115 to Rome, Fiumicino, please proceed to gate C34 for boarding.
It's fine now, whatever I say is fine now. Can you find out that designer? You don't want that desire. Can you find just like Rihanna? Can you find just like Rihanna? And
We love making airports from across the globe, and you can be sure to expect some awesome airports lined up for the remainder of 2025. Earlier this year, we launched our flagship, the iniBuilds A350 airliner. Over the past few months, it's become even more immersive, all coming together for this huge update. Welcome to the iniBuilds A350 airliner ULR update, now available.
Captain, we have a passenger looking unwell.
We begin treatment now and observe fluid tide 2.
We have loved working on this project and wanted to add something beyond just the ULR variant and a host of complex system features. Introducing the iniBuilds A350 Airliner Cabin Expansion Packs 1 and 2, available now. Last but not least, the official trailer for the Synaptic 220. If you like what you see, come over to booth 401 to try the Synaptic A220 yourself. We look forward to welcoming you to our booth to try our products, enjoy some promotions, or take some exclusive iniBuilds merch. Thank you for watching, and have an awesome show.
Welcome to Airland World. Built using Unreal Engine 5, Airland World is a hyper-realistic 1.1 scale replica of planet Earth, built for creators, players, and explorers. Fly over real mountains, drive through detailed cities, or sail across dynamic coastlines, all powered by cutting-edge AI and satellite data. With built-in Lua scripting, you can create custom vehicles, missions, and gameplay systems in seconds. A custom physics system allows creating realistic vehicle simulation and flight dynamics. Airland World features a creator-friendly marketplace inspired by platforms like Roblox, where you can share, sell, or collaborate on content. From ground to space, Airland World is your canvas for limitless simulation and creativity.
Hey everyone. Oh, Jesus, that's loud. Wow, getting back on this stage sure feels like a much longer journey than just a few steps here, but I'll tell you what, last year's FlightSimExpo was a major milestone. A lot of you here came and talked to me, really made a difference, and you know, you guys are the reason why I'm up here today showing you this stuff. So, but let's start talking about the future and not the past. So, if I can get this to work, no? Tech support? Oh, maybe push it on, let's try that. There we go. All right, I got it. Oh, all right. Anybody want to hold this? All right, good care of it, it's a prototype. All right, so why am I back up here? Why are we here? So, well, for a number of reasons, but I think the most important reason is don't think my job is done here, and I think that you guys, wait, again? All right, there we go. Because you guys deserve better. If you look at the flight sim hardware industry, then there really hasn't been a lot of development over the last 20 years. The best-selling flight sim stick came out in 2007. The best-selling military stick is a product that I was on the SciTech team developing back in 2008. And with a few exceptions, hat tip to WingWing, then I think it's a very, very docile and slow-moving category, and you guys deserve better. So that's what I'm trying to do. But, okay, so what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? Well, besides from a very aging and out-of-date assortment of flight sim equipment, then there's a lot of other problems that need to be solved. There is, and there's a ton of solutions, but one of the biggest things there really is that when you grow as a flight simmer today, then usually when you start up, you buy a cheap stick, not very good, and then as you grow with your hobbies, have more spending for it, then you put that on the shelf, then you get a more expensive stick, and then a few years later you put that on the shelf, and then you get another more expensive stick. But it's really, first of all, it's a kind of waste of your money not being able to have your system grow with you, but also you end up in a situation where, as an entry-level flight simmer, you get a really crappy flight sim experience. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a modular system where your very first flight stick or flight controls is basically on the level that you would be 4 or 5 years later, but by taking out all the extra features that you don't really need as a new simmer, then we can focus on putting quality components into the stick. And then when you then grow and get more advanced, then you can expand on that in a modular fashion so that you can continue to use that high level performance fidelity stick with additional accessories to feed your hobby. Okay. Another thing that I really have been looking at solving is 80% of our tech support calls that was not a faulty product in the past was people that had trouble with configuring their product, configuring access, having it set up right. And so one of our big tasks here is to have all our products completely auto-configure so that when you set up let's say a throttle for a specific aircraft, then the throttle recognizes it, and you'll configure the simulator to the flight that you're about to set. You don't have to go in and load a profile. You don't have to set up a profile. You don't have to set up the axis. Everything's done automatically. So originally, okay, now we went twice. So originally I was planning to show some new stuff here today, but really the stuff, I don't know how many of you saw it, that we introduced at Flight Sim Weekend has moved a real long way, and so it's barely recognizable to what it was back then. So I think it deserves, a reintroduction here. And one of them, if I may borrow that, is the Tango Plus throttle. This is one of the configurations, the GA configuration, but it also comes with both avionics and throttle components for Airbus and for Boeing. And at Flight Sim Weekend, I promise you guys that I will have functional samples at this show, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that. But I can't take all the blame myself. I also have to blame Donnie. Because Donnie came to me, like 3 months ago? 3 months ago under our third party, like a small business program to get all these small Etsy vendors and producers, help them create more accessories. And Donnie has a very, very successful shop on Etsy, Flight Sim Factory. Yeah. But I saw his talent, and I immediately asked if he wanted to be part of the team. He wanted, and he came with some fantastic ideas that we won't have time to go through today, but I encourage you to come over and talk to us about it. But maybe you want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you brought to the Tango Plus. So, if we can. So here's the standard configuration, the one I'm holding up here. So you can see it has had a lot of development since we introduced it in March. Completely new avionics, engine gauges, new annunciator panels, and a lot more. But what really is, and then all the standard functions, aluminum frame, modules for GA, Boeing aircraft, and the access covers. But I think Donnie's going to talk a little bit about the access covers and what you've done there. Let's let's split over to the next one. Is that Boeing? That is Boeing, yeah. So you want to talk a little bit about that, Honey?
Yes, so this is our new Boeing configuration. With the Tango, the detent gate cover, they're all interchangeable. The GA, Airbus, and Boeing, all the components you see, the levers, the avionics panels, and the detent gates, they're all included in the same package. So with just the Tango, there's so many planes you can fly. We wanted to make something unprecedented in modularity and give everyone something they've never had before, they've never seen before. Our Airbus, same thing. We have throttle, flaps, speed brake. Speed brake also has the arm function. Flap has pull to unlock. Airbus thrust levers, they have full reverse range on the thrust travel. And we also have the full avionics panel.
Okay. And maybe you want to make, I don't know if you noticed, but if you see those add-on kits that you can buy for different throttles, and you usually always have these little detents that it pops into. But when you look up here, you can see that there's no detents whatsoever. So we actually figured out a way to hide everything inside the throttle. It almost feels like a Nintendo 64 cartridge you pop in, and then it will have all the information and detents hidden underneath. But also, it has a microchip that is recognized by the throttle. And so when you plug it in, it will send information to the PC and both Microsoft Flight Sim, Aerofly, X-Plane, whatever simulator, DCS you're using, if you're flying Airbus on DCS, I don't know. Will recognize it and auto-configure it exactly to the specifications that we set it to. But also, by having a full throttle axis we put on, we can put variable length onto the different axes, so we can very accurately mimic whatever airplane that you're flying. And then, I don't know if you noticed, but here's the Airbus avionics. So a lot has happened with that one since we were in Lily Start. We've added an EFIS panel, we have a full FCU, barrel, and then auto brake functions for pretty much every airplane for Airbus, except for maybe 330, 340, but ish, I would say. And then, last but not least, and we're going to do it really fast. So this is what we showed in Lily Start, which was the new the new yoke with one panel that could be swapped. But after that, we included the EFIS panel on the Airbus FCU autopilot for the throttle. We thought that people that fly Boeing should have the same kind of ability to control it. So we added an EFIS panel to the yoke that can be mounted and also have single engine, multi-engine ignition. But that way you can, here you got it in your Boeing setup. So you can see on the left you have your EFIS panel that will be right adjacent to the MCP for Boeing. And on the left side, you will have your lower DI and multifunction panel controls for your avionics for 737. But just like with everything else, we offer support to the small businesses, small vendors, and that makes custom modules. So they'll be able to make custom modules for specific aircrafts for this too. And then let's not forget the other features: 50% more travel, 16 times the resolution, Hall fixed sensors, quick release, shaft or yoke handle, auto configuration just like in the throttle, and then the most importantly, ambient light, because who doesn't need that? Last but not least.
All right, sorry, we are out of time.
All right, this is the last thing, X-ray.
I'm sorry, that's gonna be it. So, if you wanna see about this X-ray that I don't know what it's gonna be, you're gonna have to go find the booth, because there's only so much we can fit in this amount of time. So, thank you so much, Nikki. Appreciate you coming back to the show. It's awesome as always. All right, Xbox as well, so thanks, Nikki. All right, we're about to go into another break here real fast. I want to take this opportunity really fast, though, before we go to break. we kind of said thank you to the guys that are wearing the red shirts and that helped volunteer, but the two guys that put this show on for you, that make all the things happen behind the scenes, Evan and Phil, if you see them on the show floor this weekend, make sure to say thank you. But let's give them a big round of applause right now for putting this on for us. And with that, you have 8 minutes to go find another friend. 8 minutes. Make another friend.
Look at that. There we go. Looking to the right. You're getting a good feel for it already. It looks weird. Looking up. Looking down. Left. It never gets old.
You will notice a small bubble moving around the screen, pinpointing exactly what my eyes are looking at. And I was very surprised with how accurate it is, as I was able to record my eye tracking a single car driving down the road as I fly.
It changes the simming experience drastically. It is, you know, one of the single biggest changes I've had to my simming in terms of hardware. It is fantastic.
We're in a dark room now with sunglasses on, and it's still working absolutely perfectly. So there you go. That's the Tobii Eye Tracker 5.
Weapons free, head on. Charlie, you're going to break right. Enter your second cock. Turn gate, one out. One out. Faster. Altimeter 2885, emergency change approved. Viper 1, air contact. Altimeter 1, wind is calm, you're cleared for takeoff. Runway 02 right.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone. My name is Tony, and I'm the product design consultant for WingWing. Thank you. It is a real pleasure to be here today to share our progress and our vision with the fellow aviators. Time flies. I'm excited to reconnect with some familiar faces from last year in Vegas. And to those who join us for the first time, welcome, and thank you for being part of the FSS Expo 2025 and being a part of our legacy. A bit for myself, I began involving flight simulation when I was 16, and 19 years later, I'm still in this areas, and I'm the fortunate enough ones, or the lucky few, be able to involve in the real airline business. So I'm currently flying the Boeing 737 for one of the U.S. major airlines here. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so for those who may have not heard us before, WingWing is a hardware company, and the focusing on bringing the professional level of a training device to the consumer market. Now, last year, we turned our vision into realities and share our product in the communities to showcase what we do best. Since then, we have received a wealth of feedbacks from bush pilots, airline operators, and combat veterans, and we have received a lot of suggestions, constructive critiques, and all those great feedbacks. So on behalf of a WingWing team member, thank you for supporting us throughout our journey. Thank you. So 2024 is the year that we transition for our technology validation to production. Our product lines has already deeply integrated with the Microsoft flight simulators, X-Planes, the DCS, and the Falcon BMS. What we were aiming for is not just providing a solution or not just providing a hardware, but to deliver an immersive, true-to-scale experience with the both hardware and software that brings you closer to the real thing. Let's see this thing. Now, so for the cyber terrorists, that's our force feedback yoke, and based on our debut in the March, we also had an upgrade for the exterior things for this one, finding that the better balance between the industrial designs and the practical use. The brand new Outlook also comes with integrated die casting with aviation-grade aluminum alloy. The Cyberterrors will come with two models with a full version for force feedback gradients. It's a further validation for bringing us commercial qualities into the consumer market. Now, I won't dive into this crazy, stuff back there. So it's just a generic description for force feedback models. We have reconstructed the whole flight control system based on a real aviation engineer standards. Next generation of our software will include every aircraft control data we could possibly find. With the state-of-the-art algorithms that we have and the precision hardware, we're able to say we have a recreated actual relationship between the stick force, attitude, G-loads, and air data. So now, our software as a part of this part of the product are so good, it reminds me of a great quote from a computer science, Alan Kay. Alan said, people who are really serious about their software should make their hardware. Now, that's exactly what we have achieved. Sorry, that was a mistake. So we have developed a unique multi-channel feedback technology to help the hardware process in the different types of feedback signal at the same time to achieve a precision control originated with the different aircrafts, from different aircrafts. And from the product upgrades to the production capacity layouts, and we're also getting a solid boost from our supply chain. The full capacity productions of the third factory's WingWing will achieve in 2026. Now, we will continue to shorten the time frame for the product being delivered. Now, we understand some of the challenges for our customers. They're waiting a long time to getting that product shipped. So, yeah, we're solving that problem as we speak. Now, let's get back to our product lineup. Now, this year, we'll come up with a closer to finish setup for you. As we can see, the full ecosystem is coming alive for civilian pilots. This chapter is dedicated to you. Now, so for ATC panels, comm panels, and transponder panels. Thank you. Oh yeah. So we refuse now. I was say that we don't want to shrink the panel design to fit this, to fit that. The scale is a very important thing for us because we want everyone to have a transferable or at least comparable motor scales to remember when you're reaching for the controls. So everything you see here is true to scale. It's just like the real thing, like the real scale on the real aircraft. Panel and switches. Also, we promised to give a plug-and-play for all those panels. We keep that promise on all control products that we're able to see with our Sim App Pro software. Now, there are more important things I believe everybody concerned about was the price. I used to say, yeah, how about that? So how about that? All right, comm panels. Now, transponder. Now, we have the new panels over here. As we'll see, landing gears, all the clocks over here. It's a full structure design and a metal landing gear lever available in two configurations, full or compact. So take your pick. Yeah. Also, Sim App Pro plug and play. Now, two panels design, all scenario mounting solutions as well. Now, let me see here, this one. There we go. All right, ECAM. So, this thing. Oh, that's a very bold statement. So, still, same thing, right? Full structure model design, continue to confer with the extension of design, and also scenario mounting solutions. ECAM. There we go. Full structure model design, authentically realistic for the aircraft control fields. Now, all-in-one design. You can put it with the all things on the setup with just 5 structure with the support structures. 5 of them, you will have everything set up, no problem. Here we go. So, following the rod and rudder pedals for combat flight, this time we bring the new civilian aviation versions for you all. If we compare the ways of interaction, the combat version steps via the arch with the 30 degrees travel of your toe. Airline versions control with the heels of 15 degrees your toe. So, all that said, pressure point on the pressure point on the pedals for your foot and its anchor point of the rod will exactly replicate for the real rudder pedals deflections on the aircraft. Same as the travel range for the pedals when you step down. So, and it's a new design, high strength metal skeleton design, always built to last. You ready? Yes. Here we go. Now, they are a force feedback version for it. We actually have a 2 force feedback version for it. So you see the black shaped stuff on the backside of the rudder. Cyberterra's modules, now we got force feedback on the rudder. The device has a more solid strength structure than the original Orion rudder, and it's also the auto switching features on the different types of aircraft, right? Plug and play. It's going to sense, it's going to switch the actual profile. You don't need to intervene. Oh. No! All right, so this one with the higher control panel pressures. This one would be $599 with the higher pressures. That's the final price over there. For our combat panels, same thing with the force feedback things on the back. $499. $599. So I won't repeat the previous slides. It's a true to scale, a recreation, true to life, control motion dynamic, auto switching functions. The load are awesome on this thing. So we have those numbers over there already. So it's like a true mimic on a grip, ergonomical grip, realistic curvatures, true to life, control motion dynamics, high density power integrations, high torque, low reductions, minimal inertia, those kind of things. Auto switching, so you don't need to intervene, right? Plug and play. I'm sorry. All right, now for our combat veterans. We dedicate this chapter to you. WingWing partnered with the world-class flight simulator developer the Eagle Dynamics to forge the ultimate weapon for the true sky hunter, the MiG-29 grips. The MiG-29 Hotas, it's total command of a legendary MiG-29. In-depth collaboration with the ED, featuring exclusive system-level integrations and a seamless fusion of software and hardware. It's a metal framework engineered to take the extreme G load. And if you want to use this thing on other aircraft, no problems. They're all part of our ecosystem. It's a prize for it. The throttles. Now, the MiG-29 hardware is our focus right now for a little while, on this side of the business. It's not just a simple collaboration, it's a shared adventure on the road of hardcore simulations. With the Eagle Dynamics' help, we'll be able to recreate the flight characteristics of a MiG-29 in a normal flights or in a combat scenario. I believe our adventure will provide an immersive experience for combat aviators. Now, this is our full new release line for WingWing since our announcements in the March Cyberterrorist series. The Cyberterrorist and the Ursa Minor airline throttles has been in the heat of discussion. Now, we feel passion for the build-ups. Normally, the product agent testing take about 2 months before the mass productions, but the Cyberterrorist needs to break the traditional technology limit to meet a higher civilian aviation standards. So, well, thank you so much for waiting and patiently as we push the technology boundaries further and further. Now, to end with the positive notes, we are speeding up our delivery as we speak to ensure quality and the sustainabilities on the business model. And I wanted to tell you guys our new products are coming soon. At the end of this presentation, we would like to invite each and every one of you stop by our booth at 402. We have a prepared and exciting dogfight contest between the F-16s and the DCS MiG-29s. And there's a big prize for the winner. Or you can hop in our two-pilot cockpit to experience our products downstairs. Before we're closing out, so in the past year, more and more pilots have joined us. Behind this are countless takeoffs and landings in the middle of the night. So unwavering pursuit of the into reality on our ideas. And I will say that thank you for being here, and thank you for being our legacy, and let's make this your legacy as well. So the engines are warmed up at our booth already, and welcome on board. My name is Tony. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you down there. Thank you.
Hey folks, how's everybody doing today? Woo! Let's see, Tony got us warmed up here. My name's Alex Sliss. I'm a co-founder of FlyShirley. I'm also a commercial multi-engine and instrument-rated pilot working on my CFI. We're working on Shirley, who's your co-pilot from sim to sky. Shirley works as an assistant, as a coach, and as a trainer. I'm going to have Shirley introduce himself here. Here, get the audio on here if I'll back it up.
First, let's see how. Okay. Shirley here. I'm your aviation co-pilot, assistant, and coach, helping you bridge your flying from sim to sky. First, let's see how easy it is to get connected. I live directly in your browser, and connection to the sim can be made with just a single click Let's see now.
Tune the physics. Now let's see if you can tune the flying. Ready when you are.
Hey, Shirley, you sound like somebody we in the audience all know.
Ha, you caught me. I do sound like Austin Meyer, but don't tell X-Plane's creator or he might get jealous. Standing by in the Lancair Evolution when you're ready to connect.
All right, I'm ready to connect to the sim. I'm going to connect it for you right now. That was a word.
Connected and standing by at Burlington International. I see we're on the ramp in the Evolution turbine. Brake set. Let me know what you'd like to do.
All right, let's do a intersection departure here. Can you actually configure the flaps and the lights, and what else do we need to get going here?
Now, I've got a view from the co-pilot seat.
Setting up for departure. Flaps to take off, taxi and strobes on. Don't forget your flows, and the ITT will be our friend today.
All right, flaps are good, fuel is good, trim is good, the lights are on. We're looking, and we'll take action. I'll let you control the gear once we get airborne. What's rotation speed?
With the Evolution's customized profile, I know rotation speed is 77 knots. Also, I can navigate to almost any airport in the world.
All righty, here we go.
And at 10,000 plus training-ready airports, I can give you precise guidance down to the runway. Plus, finally know what the closest runway is.
You're almost there. Landing lights on for departure.
For training, I could also put you in the pattern or on a 5-mile final, schedule failures, or manage the autopilot.
And Shirley, can you set 12, midnight Zulu?
And configuring conditions is a snap.
Time set to midnight Zulu. Want me to bring that gear up for you?
Yes, please, 2300 Zulu.
Gear coming up, time set to 2300 Z. Looking good on that climb out.
All right, so last year, thanks. Shirley's a lot of fun. We added a ton of capabilities since last year. Last year, we actually launched at FS Expo. However, if anybody remembered it last year, it was maybe not very much more than just flying with ChatGPT talking to you. Shirley kind of barely paid attention to what was going on in the flight, although it could kind of cosplay that fairly well. We've done a lot of work in the last year to get some better product ready for you. And just to begin with, we started with some remarkably basic fixes. Shirley used to say asterisk all the time. We also introduced a challenge format. It's a kind of an open format that allowed you to build your own challenges and let other people go through them. And then we offered an initial private pilot training course directly inside of Shirley. Then we released a 1.14, which allowed Shirley to finally pay attention to what was going on inside the cockpit, as well as do things like configure radios and brakes and things like that. And then we introduced aircraft profiles. With aircraft profiles, it was finally adaptable to the specific airplane that you were flying in, whether that was the Beta VTOL aircraft in X-Plane or whether that was Austin's Lancair Evolution turbine. We introduced navigation to waypoints because Shirley really didn't have a flying idea of where another airport was in the world, even though these sort of language models have this remarkable property that if you ask, hey, what's the coordinate for, I don't know, I-59 airport in Claremont, it would be able to give you an exact coordinate and potentially even at the beginning of the runway or the end of the runway. We relied on that for a long time. We introduced a new voice system where Shirley wouldn't any longer need to have the last word we're speaking. Allowed us to introduce a vampire voice for Halloween, and it allowed us to bring Austin Meyer's voice into the system as well. A sim data system allowed us to formalize how data got into the sim and start to open up the actual protocol that the sim could connect to directly using WebSockets. And we'll talk a little bit about that and the open protocols and things like that in a little bit later that I encourage folks to take a look at. Due to some loving feedback by Swiss001, we introduced something called assistant mode, which definitely made it so that if you were talking to Shirley, Shirley wouldn't respond unless you actually said Shirley's name. That was a major takeaway from that video if anybody else saw that. We introduced some training features. So we introduced failures for pilot training. So Shirley would be able to fail your engine at a particular airspeed or altitude or something like that. Proactive Shirley, so if you stalled your airplane, Shirley would say, hey, you're stalling your airplane, or if you landed, Shirley would be like, oh, welcome back to planet Earth. All right, take a look at this picture. This is a real picture shown by an actual pilot, a helicopter pilot, who followed Shirley's precise directions and was able to have a very irregular pattern as a result of that. Yeah, it's not the best work by Shirley, actually, in this circumstance. So we introduced traffic pattern directions, a system in order to manage that. We introduced an autopilot and sim control system, so you could actually configure the weather, ask Shirley to configure the weather exactly how you want, engage the autopilot, pause the sim. There's a bunch of features in X-Plane and other sims that are hard to access, like freezing your position over the ground, pausing the sim, giving you a little bit more time if you don't have an amazing setup like the ones that Tony and others are selling, to be able to make the most of your sim and bring some structure to your flying and make the most out of the instrument flying or the other sort of conditions that you'd like to bring about inside the cockpit. All right, here's another customer note. Let's read that. So it said, Shirley kept thinking it's runway 30 when it was really 21. And then I told her that it was 21, it updated all the headings, but still had no idea where the runway was. And once, even though she told me to do a left-hand side pattern, she gave me a heading in the opposite direction. All right, so, a lot of these, the good news is that a lot of these problems are solved for you. We have an airport database and enhanced position awareness, so Shirley knows where the airport is and can find other airports, knows your position on the runway. You wouldn't think login is that big of a deal, but it was for us because, prior to a certain point a couple months ago, you would have been able to use Shirley without paying if you were able to do it in a clever way. And we improved our challenge system. So now it used to be that Shirley would have to bring you to the next phase of the challenge. The challenge is broken up by phases. And so Shirley would have to bring you to the next phase. But now we have a system that then is on the side looking at your overall state of your flight and is able to bring you to the next phase of the challenge. And that adds a lot. With an enhanced autopilot system and custom aircraft profiles, in this particular release, we allowed Shirley to bring you to a particular point in the pattern. You can put yourself on like a 7-mile final for any particular airport that you want to go on. It really helps with the pilot training. Separate from that, we started kind of doing this example. It's this test, more or less, which is, all right, if Shirley can fly the airplane, all by him or herself, then they'd be able to teach other people how to fly. And so we gave Shirley full control of the autopilot through the challenge system and said, hey, bring us to this other airport, try to land. We did a live stream of that. It went terribly. Shirley did a really bad job at that, but it's a benchmark that we're going to be doing in order to improve Shirley long term. And we just released an advanced queuing system. So sometimes, Shirley has something to say, but there's a really dynamic environment. And so not only do we have more of a rock-solid voice system, but now we have the foundation for Shirley interrupting you, even if you're speaking, to talk about something critical. All right, so the systems, here are some of the systems that we talked about here and introduced this year. But these are actually open platform systems. And so, when I say open platform, we are publishing our specifications for these aircraft profiles and challenges and sim data using WebSockets directly on our GitHub as well as on our website. In particular, I just want to talk for one moment about the WebSocket technology. So with WebSocket technology, you can build a application right in the browser that is a plugin for your simulator. And I think that's really powerful because that allows you to be able to use all these really fancy web development technologies and bring it right in the browser. And then if another sim also supports that WebSocket technology, so X-Plane is sort of the leader there right now, when another sim can support that sort of technology, then you'd be able to have your plugin instantly support that other sim. And I think that's really the value of these sort of standardized protocols for sim data. This is just an example of an ICD. We put a bunch of effort into it. I think it's pretty good. One thing that sim manufacturers can do in order to, can do is they can support WebSockets, and then they'd be able to support a lot of different sims. But if sim manufacturers also kind of bring these sort of tablets into the cockpit that are able to display web browsers, that's really another powerful thing that helps move this technology, not just ours, but all plugin makers, especially in an era of vibe coding. So who is Shirley? Of course, I'm here with my co-founder, Jack. I really appreciate him. But also Shirley is, many of you here in the audience, we couldn't be more thankful for the contributions of the community. So, we've got Michael, 8033 Foxtrot. Juan, he actually made integrations into multiple different simulators. So he built an integration for Shirley directly into Condor, which is this gliding simulator. And Frank, with Virtual Aviation Aviator, has just been such a supporter from the very beginning. We couldn't be more thankful for that. Let's talk a little bit about our flight path. We've got logbooks and ATC support. We'd love Shirley to be able to end up in the cockpit to help make flying safer. We're starting in sim and we're building our way over to flight. It's important for us to do it responsibly, which is why we're starting with flight simulators. We're bringing a version of Shirley which actually is getting better over time. So we started building our own versions of Shirley, which is its own language model like ChatGPT. And we've released that, and we're releasing that as part of assistant mode, which is a faster responding, but is also going to get better over time as we get feedback from our users. Eventually, we make it in flight. Training is a big emphasis for us, and so if you are looking at how to train folks how to fly airplanes, custom curriculum is very easy for us to make using the challenge format. We're teaching Shirley to basically learn how to teach others, basically teach Shirley and Shirley can teach other people. We do control highlighting now. You can see that this weekend.
Hello, everyone.
And
hey, Evan, Phil, and Alex. My name's Chris, and I'm the flight simulation lead here at Sporty's Pilot Shop. For over 60 years, Sporty's has been training and educating pilots as they progress through the different stages of learning to fly. And about a year ago, I started flying with Shirley and collaborating with Alex on a couple ideas we could deploy for our distinct customer groups. By combining the Shirley AI Flight Coach with the training content in our Learn to Fly course, online ground school, we're creating a pipeline for new interactive training content powered by AI. Eventually, we'll be able to provide an interactive maneuver briefing, in-flight assistance, and a detailed debriefing of how the user performed. We're in the middle of our development process, but we're thrilled to be collaborating on a product to help pilots prepare for their lessons while allowing any sim lover to train like a pilot. We're excited to share this with everyone, and I can't wait to talk more about it. I'm sure Alex will be able to answer any further questions, and I hope everyone has a great FlightSimExpo.
So we couldn't be more thankful to Sporty's for that kind of collaboration relationship where we'll be launching training content with Shirley. You'll hear more about that from later this year, and Shirley will be available on the Sporty's web shop in the coming weeks. This weekend, we're on site with Beta Technologies. I used to lead the flight simulation team over there at Beta. It's now Vincent. Vincent's at the booth with us this weekend. He brought a couple sims down, including a full motion or including a partial motion VR seat. And you'll be able to try that Beta 250 training challenge with Shirley teaching you how to fly this weekend. At Oshkosh, we're going to be at the MN.DOT booth teaching people about electric aviation through Shirley. And at home, if you're at home, then there's always a 1-week free trial of Shirley. So please go give it a try. And so, I couldn't be more thrilled on a personal note to be here with all of you. Being part of this community is such a dream. Being able to essentially build flight sim technology and have awesome people try it out, how can that be a job? It doesn't seem real, but it's just such a blessing. So I'm really thankful for all of you. I hope you'll give Shirley a try. You're an AI co-pilot for Sim to Sky, and stop by a booth this weekend. Safe flying.
Hey guys, welcome to Providence. Just like always, Evan and Phil are putting on an awesome show and we're super stoked to be here. And it's pretty nice to be in the Northeast, I have to say. I think it's the lowest OAT for an FS Expo in years. Love it. So we've got a great team here today. We're right on the heels of X-Plane 12.2, and we want to talk a little bit about that, but mainly we want to talk about what's coming next in X-Plane 12.3 and that kind of stuff. So X-Plane 12.2 is out now. I'm sure a lot of you have been flying it in beta and that kind of thing. It comes with a fix to our favorite bug, the dark cockpit fix.
Thank you.
A bunch of new lighting, a bunch of updated atmospheric rendering, some new aircraft braking systems, a bunch of new aircraft ground textures, which are pretty sweet. That's where you spend most of your time on the ground, so love to see that. And of course, a bunch of stability improvements. Based on the screenshots, it seems like you guys are loving it too. I think the helicopter one might be my favorite. All right, so Alex, you run the art team. Do you want to talk about the Gateway asset update?
Yes, so we are always doing new assets for the Gateway, and sometimes we don't know what to make. So we asked you guys, and we've gotten a whole bunch of requests, and we put everything out to a vote, and we have started on the list. Now, also upcoming, you'll see the Zermatt heliport in just a second, but this is kind of the list that the community came up with, and all of the blue circles are things that we are actively working on. Some are done, some are in progress, but let's give a quick little rundown. We've got fire trucks, emergency vehicles, police cars. Here's some up close. Some police cars, construction vehicles, because whose airport isn't always under construction? True story. More. And we've also got more ramp lighting options for you. We've got a great new scenery artist who's been doing a whole bunch of stuff for us.
Who is that new scenery artist?
Justin.
How else might they know him?
What was his thing?
Mr. X.
Mr. X. Yes, Mr. X works for us. And we've got some new ground assets too. You can add the compass roses to your ramps. We've got more colors, more labels, and all sorts of things. And then Peter, our scenery magician, has been working on hangars and a whole bunch of other things. This is just a small subset. There's about 600 combinations you can make with these parts, and there's even more. And then a couple screenshots of Zermatt. Cristiano, one of our scenery artists, has been working on this for a little while. It's a nice little Swiss Alpine heliport. And I'm going to hand it to Philip.
All right.
Go for it.
So what you see here is now not only in the A330, but in all of our default aircraft. So what you see here is what I think the most advanced weather radar ever shipped in a flight simulator. We're shipping it with an API for the third parties to use it, and we're shipping it along with another set of enhancements for our A330 and a bunch of enhancements to the G1000, including synthetic vision. So the weather radar is completely GPU based, and it's based on the clouds you see out the window, because the GPU knows where to draw those clouds. So the weather radar is just a different shader on your GPU that looks through the clouds and simulates them for the radar. So the radar physics live on the GPU, they don't tax your CPU. And the radar also gets a ground map from which it can generate radar ground reflections. And the radar return is based on how steep and how rough the ground is on the ground normals. So what you see here is in the A330, see down there, manual tilt, 0.3 degrees. Yes, you can control the tilt. We have it integrated into the G1000. You can calculate you can change the tilt in the sector scan. This is something that I don't think anyone else has ever done. You can do a side scan and see the weather radar doing this as in addition to this. So you can take a vertical slice through a cloud. So all those controls you see, why does it, oh sorry. All those controls you see on the traditional panel, all of these are simulated. You can control the gain, you can control the tilt, you can control the ground clutter. And all these controls are available for third parties as well. So all the sector scan and auto tilt functions that you get in the default plane, the third parties can access them. So, and it requires some skill to read it. So what you see here, can you make out what is a ground, what is a cloud? So with the laser pointer over here, that's a cloud. But those are ground returns. So we are in Aspen here and we're looking at the mountains. So don't fly into the mountains and try to avoid the red part of the cloud as well. So some airplanes come with more modern controls that buffer the radar return. So instead of getting an up and down tilt, they maintain a buffer of altitudes and you select, oh, the altitude I want to fly at, what does the weather look like there? And we support this type of control too. And then it classifies the weather as threatening, or whether it's just not where you're flying, then it's non-threatening. We have predictive wind shear, so that is turned on, and when you are about to fly into a microburst, it gives you the correct alert, like wind shear ahead, go around, and then you get this display here, and then you need to go around for wind shear. All the default planes in X-Plane that have a weather radar have it out of the box now, and our Baron is our demonstrator for the third party. We have two new APIs for third parties, one to interact with the weather, not for making radars, but for setting the weather and getting the weather more granularly in X-Plane. And we have a special new API that exposes the radar map for third parties, which they can use to make their own radars that don't have to look like ours. And we ship this as a plugin. It comes in our default Baron, but it's an open source plugin that third-party developers can use to make their own radar. All right, and on the, thank you. So on the G1000 side, we introduced synthetic vision, and you may recognize a theme here in that it's all GPU and shader based. So there is a texture that is already on your GPU. The GPU already knows the elevations because it has to draw the map. And if we have the texture with the elevations for the map, we let a different shader loose on it, and it makes you synthetic vision. So no extra VRAM, no CPU impact. It displays terrain, water, the airports, obstacles, pathways for your navigation, and it gives traffic alerts. So this is what it looks like while you're using it. So you see a real forest of obstacles back there. I don't know what is there anyone here from Palm Springs? I have no idea what they do in Palm Springs that they have so many obstacles. They should really do something about that. So this is what it looks like when you encounter like AI traffic, but it's the same whether it's VATSIM, IVEO, or Pilot Edge, the traffic shows up there. This is a big obstacle. Yeah, please don't fly into that. You might not like the result. This is what a GPS approach looks like. I mean, even I can fly a GPS approach like that, just like play Mario Kart, just thread it through the hoops there. Yep, and that's what the terrain looks like. All right, leaving the world of general aviation and going into the A330.
Yes, getting back to the A330, we got to start with some of the art updates that we have been making to the aircraft. So, we've done some better textures, we've introduced detail textures, and we've enhanced the lighting. So let's talk about all of these real quick. Better textures and materials. We've added dirt and weathering to the 330. We have improved our metallic materials. We got some new stuff a version ago, which let us make all of the metal nicer and look better, and we've taken advantage of all of it. We fixed livery issues that nitpickers around here are probably screaming at, like, why does that Air Canada have the wrong tail number? Well, we fixed it. We've improved the glare shield, which was too dark. We've enhanced brake effects, lots of other adjustments and improvements. So here's a little preview. We've got all of the dirt just coming off the windows. You can see the leading edges have the nice Airbus flat matte kind of gray leading edge that sometimes looks brighter than the paint, sometimes looks darker than the paint. It's metal, it does its thing. Another shot there. You can see the glare shield is not black anymore.
Neither is that cockpit. Nice.
Yes. And then, because we have to, we've got the particles to do it. We've now added the textures to make the brake fire. So we've got new detail textures, as you may have noticed. We can do lots of things with this. This is using the decal system that we used to have exclusively for the scenery, but we've now brought it in so that all the OBJs can use it. I think this was a version ago, but we finally get to use it here. So we have some detail in the paintwork. You can really see it in the reflections from the sun and the horizon line. You know, little orange peel warbles and everything. You can see it on the plastics here, all that molded relief detail. Of course, you know, in the back of the seat and on the pillars, you know, more of that molded plastic. Getting into the cabin, the same thing. We even have the carpet. It now has a normal decal applied to it so that it looks like carpet. We've also enhanced the interior lighting. The cockpit's got screen illumination, improved display backlights, announcer effects, integral lighting effects, enhanced bounce from floodlights. I'm going quick, we don't have a lot of time. The cabin, enhanced 3D spills. We have a working seat belt, no smoking signs. The IFE screens have a bounce light effect. The reading lights are dynamic. There's a randomizer that turns them on and off in stages. So every time you go in the back of the cabin, it's a little bit different. And we also have a thing I call auto purser cabin lighting, which adjusts cabin lighting up and down depending upon your altitude, flight phase, time of day. So it's a little bit more real of an experience going in the back. And just a couple pictures here. You can see we've got some ambience coming from the screens. All the displays are backlit. You've got little, you know, edge glare or edge glow coming from the backlighting themselves. We add our floods, and you can see the floods are doing more than just the floods. There's extra spill happening. And then the announcers are in on the game too, so you get a whole bunch of extra spills happening from the actual light bulbs. And just some cabin details. And some more. It's a nice place. One more there. Each class represented. And I'm going to give this back to Philip.
I have not been back in this cabin once, but thank
you. You got to do it. You got to do it.
I have to do it now. I have to do it now. So this is way more stuff than we have time for. If you have any questions about this, see me at the booth 701, right? Like right when you come in, X-Plane booth. Big FMC upgrade for all default aircraft, like works with the Airbus, yep, but also works with the Citation. Yes, you get the secondary flight plan now. Yes, you can start it in the air, load and approach, and just practice an approach. There's a whole bunch of nerdy stuff in there, like we got freezing temperature probes now, we've got aspirated temperature probes now. Yeah, nerdy stuff, talk to me at the booth if you want to know more. Okay, but this is cool. We integrated the A330 with our default ATC. So I worked with our Lufthansa pilot, like how does it work when you get a clearance on the ground? How does it work when you get your ATIS? And a lot of stuff these days works via company message and data link. So what you can do now, you can ask through the MCDU, ask for getting the ATIS, getting a weather report, and this works through the default ATC, obviously. And you can even get pre-departure clearance from ATC right through the CDU. And I think for a default aircraft, pretty cool feature to have. And everything else in the 330.
And there's just a lot here. Just go down, push it one more time, Philip.
There's we have more. Yep, we have more. We have better auto land. We have new sounds. Daniela made a bunch of new sounds. The auto brakes are improved, that they don't slam down the nose anymore. We improved the cruise fuel burn, so you don't no longer arrive with plenty of extra fuel.
It has a real parking brake where you twist the handle and it will set the brakes for you. And actually set it in park, which it didn't do before. The new parking brake system is pretty cool. Thank you.
Yeah, and yep, weather radar fully integrated. Oh, by the way, on both sides, so if both have the same tilt, you get full refresh rate on both displays. But if one pilot tilts up and the other pilot tilts down, guess what? Half the refresh rate for everyone. Thompson, you get 10 bonus seconds.
Nice. That's awesome. I love it.
You used them already.
Okay, there you go, Ben.
So all the art that Alex talked about is going public beta next Friday. And everything in the Airbus and the weather radar and the SVT, all of this stuff is going private beta for 12.3 next Friday. We got a German guy running our release management, and he's making the trains run on time. So the glorious future is actually right now, because this stuff is coming really soon. I want to tease you for 1 second about stuff that's going on in the lab right now. After 12.3, we're doing a bunch of stuff for performance. And one of the things we hear about a lot is use more of my CPU cores. We've made real progress on that. We have a new job system that is shipping in 12.3. It's going to run the AI aircraft, it's going to run the texture paging, and Pavel's new network sync. It's multi-core from day one. And in the lab, we have rendering running on multi-core, and this makes rendering run faster. Finally, that big block of rendering code that's bogging down your CPU, we can cut it up, we can use more cores to go faster. And this is something that we can keep on working on. We can keep finding what makes X-Plane slower, use more cores, get it in the job system, and keep going faster.
Did you forget the number, Ben? That's a pretty exciting number.
We've seen 30% FIPS improvements at Frankfurt, which is one of our, oh my God, test cases. We also have some promising GPU optimizations coming. We found ways to be more efficient with the GPU for cloud rendering and for night lighting, which are both really expensive on the GPU. And we think we found a way to cut down the amount of work we're doing on the runway weather effects, which is important for users running in 4K. One last area of optimization is VRAM. We're starting to use the virtual memory system on the GPU, and that means we can page on faster, we can page off faster, we're less likely to run out of memory and crash, and we can even optimize VRAM by paging out parts of the texture that don't contain anything that's actually useful.
All right, so last but not least, we are still working on the X-Plane store. We've made really big headway on the X-Plane identity system, which allows you to use a login username and password instead of a long X-Plane key. So that's definitely making life better for a lot of people. On the back end, we're also integrating payments and everything into our shopping cart experience. So we expect to have a lot more to share later this year. When is it coming? All right, public beta next Friday for 12.2.1. That's all of the art stuff, right?
Yes.
Yep, and then private alpha, that'll be great, and perf as soon as we can. And Ben, do you think you're going to get any questions on that last bit?
I don't think so,
but yeah, if you do, you can stop by the booth and find Ben. Awesome. And then our last event of the thing to talk about is Austin asked me to make Friday night at Expo a little spicier.
It's time for the rave. It's time we all do a rave. Everyone in here is going to do the rave. All right, so much to say. I guess I don't have enough time. So first of all, thank you,
have 1 minute and
so much. I'm down to 1 minute. Thank you so much for all the work you've done. We've done so much more than this. It is ridiculous. We just had to go down to the absolute tiniest of bullet points here. And what really pisses me off, we have Daniela in South America doing sounds that would just knock your ears off. We got Massimo in Italy doing airplanes you don't even know about yet. We got Jan doing airports. All these international people that were afraid to come here because they didn't want to get detained at the airport. Take the information for what it's worth. I find it frustrating. But we literally have a huge, about 30–40% of our team is international and we're afraid to show up. Information, there it is. Okay, now let's get back to having fun. So we're gonna have a rave tonight. Thompson, what's the club that it's at?
The Salon Nightclub. It's a 5-minute walk from here.
5-minute walk, the Salon Nightclub, 8 p.m.
Yep.
I will be spinning music, so will Swiss Nick, and we're gonna have some fun visuals up on the screen. No rave is a rave without visuals, and we're gonna do something just a little bit different than I've ever seen at a rave before. So everybody's welcome. The Salon at 8.
Yep, I know that most of you are already registered, but if not, you can do that in RegFox, I think, Evan, or we'll take credit cards at the door.
Oh, and if anyone is wondering, why is X-Plane holding a rave? Actually, coding X-Plane used to be done in a rave-like environment, so that's why.
Right. I always code the techno, that's for sure. So this is going to be
go.
situation normal for me.
All right, that was 81 slides. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
See you tonight.
Wait, hold on, we have 5 seconds left.
We have 20 minutes left, it says now.
Oh, wait, good.
Okay, I'm not sure that happened.
The clock is a lie. Back away.
Of all the features, my favorite is a brake fade. He showed you the sparks. What he didn't show you is what it feels like to lose your brakes on a rollout. I've been there in cars. It's a very sinking feeling when it happens, and you get the same feeling in X-Plane. It's not just how it looks, it's how it feels to fly.
Thank you, Austin, and the X-Plane team, guys. Let's hear it for them. All right. What a day. This has been a lot of announcements, a lot of reveals, and thank you guys for sticking around and seeing this. And this is the beginning, guys. The rest of the weekend remains up for the show floor. So we also have a couple things coming up right now today. So a reminder, we have the attendee welcome reception that's happening right after, they took my clicker. All right, you guys are going to have to run in the back. The attendee welcome reception is happening right after the show here in the back here. Your drink tickets are in your little registration thing inside, so that's where your drink ticket is. If you are new to the FlightSimExpo, if this is your first year, come find me over by the FeelThere Tavern Tower, and I'd love to just kind of connect with you guys and help you guys get to know each other. That's going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow, the show opens at 9 a.m. If you already have your badge, you do not need to wait in line. You don't need to go back to registration. You're already taken care of. Let me say that again. If you already have your badge, you're already registered, you're good. But please don't come a half an hour early. We want to avoid a crowd control issue. None of the exhibits are going anywhere. So please try not to come too much before like 8:55. Okay, I know everyone's got FOMO, want to be there right when it opens, but they're not going anywhere. You'll be fine. All right? Thirdly, we want to present to you this year, we're doing the Attendee Choice Award. So take your phone out right now and scan this QR code, and you're going to vote on what was the best presentation of the day today. Now get your phones out because I'm not dismissing you for the reception until we have a number of people vote. So once you voted, please put your hand up or stand up or something so we know that you voted. But we need your votes. We're going to announce the winners on Sunday. While you're voting, reminder, if you signed up for the captain's dinner, that's going to be at 7 p.m. in the junior ballroom, which sounds adorable, by the way. There's probably a little pilot's room there too, but junior ballroom is going to be out to the right. That's going to be after the attendee reception. And then on Sunday, don't forget at 2:30, we're going to be announcing where the next show is for next year. Don't come ask me, I don't know, okay? All right, how many people have had a chance to vote? We need more than that. That's not a quorum. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Keep it voting. Don't make me start telling like bad jokes up here or something. It's gonna be miserable. Oh my gosh. How many people, by the way, while you're voting, how many people, this is your first Expo? Oh my goodness, that is amazing. Wow, that is a lot of people for the first Expo. And would you know it, our numbers are up from last year this year here in Providence. So that's a lot of new people, and that's a lot to show for that. So thank you guys for coming. How many people have been to all the Expos? All right, there's a few of you. There's a few of you. No. No award. Your reward is coming to all the Expos. It was awesome, wasn't it? All right, how many people have had a chance to vote? All right, that's a much better quorum. You guys can go get some drinks, have fun, mingle, get to know each other. Don't forget to say meow.
Peace.